heading from a trip to Las Vegas after scrapping an event following that COVID diagnosis. He's walking up the stairs to get on the plane a little more slowly than normal. Right before then, he told reporters how he was feeling. Biden is 81 years old. The White House released a statement saying Biden is vaccinated and boosted and experiencing mild symptoms. The news comes on a day where more top Democrats have made it clear they have serious doubts about his candidacy. Today, Congressman Adam Schiff became one of the highest-ranking Democrats to call on President Biden to end his re-election campaign, saying, "I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, we will lose." And late today, we learned at the behest of top Democrat leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, the DNC has pushed back a planned virtual nomination process for Joe Biden by 1 week. All of this comes as a new poll out today found 65% of Democrats think Joe Biden should withdraw and allow his party to select a different candidate. Another busy night, and we will have more from the RNC in a moment. But first, Mary Bruce leads us off with the breaking news on the president just coming in.
President Biden was supposed to address a conference in Las Vegas tonight, but moments ago, this announcement.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
The news comes among growing uncertainty among top Democrats about the future of the president's campaign. Today, Congressman Adam Schiff, who is running for Senate in California and is a close ally of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, calling on Biden to leave the race.
Mr. President, any response to Adam Schiff?
Schiff, who is a friend of the president's, writing Joe Biden has been one of the most consequential presidents in our nation's history, and his lifetime of service as a senator, a vice president, and now as president has made our country better. But our nation is at a crossroads. A second Trump presidency will undermine the very foundation of our democracy, and I have serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November. Over the weekend, Schiff privately voicing his concerns to donors. ABC News obtaining the audio.
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
Today, Schiff going public, saying, "I believe it is time for him to pass the torch, and in doing so, secure his legacy of leadership by allowing us to defeat Donald Trump in the upcoming election." It comes as the Democratic National Committee announces it's shelving an effort to make Biden's nomination official by the end of July through a virtual roll call vote. The DNC Rules Committee now announcing no virtual voting will begin before August 1. The move perhaps intended to buy more time to convince Biden to drop out of the race. Sources telling ABC News it came at the urging of the two most powerful Democrats in Congress, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. So far, Biden resisting all entreaties to drop out of the race, but he has had words of praise for his vice president, Kamala Harris.
And by the way, she's not only a great vice president, she could be president of the United States.
In an interview with BET, Biden did say a doctor's recommendation could sway him.
If there had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem.
Mary Bruce joins us now live. Once again, that news, the president testing positive for COVID. The White House says that he's experiencing mild symptoms. Mary, what else are you hearing?
Yeah, well, of course, we all saw that video there that you referenced, the president slowly kind of struggling to get up those stairs there as he was leaving Las Vegas. In a statement a short while ago, his doctor saying that, yes, he has mild symptoms, a runny nose, a cough, some general malaise. Possibly that was a bit of what we were seeing there in that video. Now, they say that earlier today he felt fine, but that symptoms developed throughout the day. And after his first event in Las Vegas, he did test positive for COVID. Now, the White House is stressing he is vaccinated. He's been boosted. His doctor says he has gotten a first dose of Paxlovid. He will now be self-isolating back home in Rehoboth, Delaware. Linsey.
And we mentioned as well that there are more calls in the Democratic Party for President Joe Biden to step aside for a new nominee. How concerned should the Biden campaign be?
Well, look, this COVID diagnosis certainly comes at a very critical time for this campaign. The fact that Adam Schiff is now the most senior Democrat to come out and call for him to step aside, and someone who is so close to the president and close to Nancy Pelosi, that is extremely notable. And our John Carl also has reporting that there are signs that his support from Democratic leaders is starting to crumble. We know that both Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have had very blunt in-person conversations with the president. We are told that they bluntly shared concerns from their own members that they could lose if Biden stays at the top of the ticket, Lindsay.
All right, Mary Bruce, our thanks to you. And I do want to just point out on the stage right now, Congresswoman from South Carolina, Nancy Mace. You see her there taking center stage. I just want to mention, shortly after the insurrection, Mace said that the Republican Party needed to be rebuilt and that Trump's entire legacy was wiped out. But here she is. She has subsequently endorsed Donald Trump for yet another presidency.
While Waffle House was an important part of my journey, it would not be my destination. I soon went from making waffles to making history. 25 years ago, this high school dropout became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. A college campus where we don't burn American flags, we salute them. I'm a single mom and a rape survivor. To women tonight who can relate, please know you have a friend and a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for you. I'm the daughter of an Army Brigadier General and a school teacher. I've admired my dad's Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. I've endured the rigors of a Citadel education. And today I represent a district that includes Parris Island, where we make Marines.
Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance preparing to take center stage tonight. His speech is airing on prime time tonight right here on ABC News Live. But the Biden-Harris campaign is already on defense, saying Vance has suggested he would not have certified the 2020 election. ABC's Rachel Scott has this.
Tonight, Donald Trump taking the podium of the Republican National Convention, surveying the vast hall where he will accept his party's nomination for the third time. But first tonight, the nation gets an introduction to the young senator Trump tapped as his running mate, J.D. Vance of Ohio.
I joke with the president that, I'm very excited about this evening, and I don't plan to screw it up. But if I do, it's too late. He made the pick, right? It's official now.
At 39, Vance has a compelling story to tell. His working class background, the subject of a best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. He's a former Marine serving in Iraq, a Yale Law School graduate, and a venture capitalist. He was also once a fierce critic of Donald Trump.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
But Vance says Trump changed his mind, proving himself as president. He became one of Trump's fiercest defenders.
Trump looked for someone he knew would be a rubber stamp for his extreme agenda.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris portraying Vance as an extremist on the key issue of abortion.
He supports a national abortion ban and voted against protecting IVF.
Vance has supported banning abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest.
I think two wrongs don't make a right. At the end of the day, we're talking about an unborn baby.
Donald Trump has bragged about appointing 3 of the 5 Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade. He now says states should decide their own abortion laws. And Vance says he will follow Trump's lead.
My view is that Donald Trump is the leader of the Republican Party, and his views on abortion are going to be the views that dominate this party and drive this party forward.
But Harris today telling voters, don't be fooled.
This is an individual who has said he is for a national and has made every indication that he is for a national abortion ban. And so, again, this is where the power is with the people.
Harris says there's something else Americans should know about her new rival, insisting that unlike Mike Pence, J.D. Vance would have carried out Trump's plan to overturn the 2020 election.
And Rachel Scott joins us now on the floor of the convention here in Milwaukee for us. Rachel, we know you mentioned J.D. Vance's current stance on abortion, but has he always held that exact opinion?
No, I mean, now he says he's going to be taking his cues from former President Donald Trump as he's on this Republican ticket with the former president. But in the past, Senator J.D. Vance said that he would support a 15-week national abortion ban. He said that he does believe in some exceptions to save the life of the mother. But when it comes to exceptions for rape and incest, he has said that two wrongs don't necessarily make a right. What's interesting here is that, of course, Senator J.D. Vance is from Ohio. And Ohio, they're one of the states that actually voted to protect access to abortion, one of the handful of states that actually moved in that direction. Senator J.D. Vance opposed that effort, which is why we're seeing Democrats really seize on his comments, Linsey.
And J.D. Vance will be introduced by his wife tonight, Usha. What do you know about the woman who could be our nation's second lady?
Yeah, and tonight, Usha Vance will also be introducing herself to the American people as well. So she is the daughter of Indian immigrants. The couple met while they were both studying at Yale Law School. She then went on after graduating to becoming a law clerk for Chief Justice John Roberts before becoming a trial lawyer. She has since left that job. She's fully committed, she says, now to getting that Republican ticket to the White House, Linsey.
All right, Rachel Scott for us on the floor. And right there, center stage, you see Representative Ronnie Jackson of Texas. And now I do want to show you some stunning new images and details from the investigation into the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Tonight, the FBI is briefing lawmakers on the disturbing timeline. The gunman was actually identified as a person of interest 62 minutes before the first shots. He even approached security but backed away when he saw the magnetometers. And the Secret Service saw him on that roof a full 20 minutes before Trump was shot. ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has more from Washington.
Tonight, stunning new images appearing to show Donald Trump's would-be assassin, Thomas Matthew Crooks, 1 hour before he opened fire. Police believe that this is Crooks in a video obtained by ABC affiliate WTAE, walking near the campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday, at one point looking towards the crowd. Sources telling ABC News, Crooks walked toward the security entrance with the magnetometers. Did something suspicious, is approached by authorities. He backs up and fades into the crowd. And tonight, the FBI briefing lawmakers, who gave ABC News a detailed timeline. At 5:10 p.m., Crooks is first identified as a person of interest, a full 62 minutes before the first shots. At 5:30, Crooks was spotted with a rangefinder, which can be used to determine distances for target practice. Sources telling ABC News he's able to get on that roof by climbing over air conditioning units. At 5:52, Crooks was spotted on the roof by the Secret Service, a full 20 minutes before the shooting. 6:02, Trump takes the stage. 6:12, Crooks fires those shots, killing one man and nearly taking Trump's life. A sniper killing Crooks 26 seconds after he fires the first shot.
It is a split-second decision, and they have the ability to make that decision on their own.
But how Crooks was able to get on that roof undetected, still sending shockwaves through law enforcement. And local authorities in Butler, Pennsylvania, starting to push back.
The deputies under my control did their job and went above and beyond after the shooting stopped and the chaos began.
And sources telling ABC News that before the rally, local authorities warned the Secret Service that they would not be able to provide enough police personnel to cover all the buildings. Sources say the Secret Service asked for a police cruiser to be stationed at the building and that the request was denied. Officers were stationed inside the complex of buildings, but somehow everyone missed Crooks climbing onto that roof. And this new video coming in tonight of former President Trump being brought to the hospital minutes after being shot, surrounded by Secret Service.
Our thanks to Pierre Thomas. And from the shooting investigation to the Donald Trump agenda now, joining us for that is ABC's executive editorial producer, Mr. John Santucci. And John, we saw former President Trump do his walk through the convention center earlier today. What do you think we can expect from J.D. Vance and Donald Trump Jr. when they take the stage tonight?
And Linsey, good evening to you. Look, I think it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag in the sense that, listen, the theme tonight, as you know, is to make America strong again. I think we're going to see a lot of talk tonight about the border. We know that's something that J.D. Vance has been a big, staunch supporter of Donald Trump's plan to seal the border, to send a bunch of the migrants that have entered this country back to where they've come from. Those are his words. I think we're going to see a lot of that rhetoric. And I think we're going to see a lot about the Second Amendment, too. Look, Donald Trump Jr., who we know was the architect of J.D. Vance getting this endorsement, getting on the ballot with his father, has always been a big proponent of the Second Amendment. He was the reason Donald Trump in 2016, Linsey, got the endorsement from the NRA, even when the primary was still active at that time. So I think we're going to hear a lot of that language and rhetoric tonight. I also think that, look, a lot of what we're going to be seeing tonight, too, is look at the images from this week so far, leaning into the events on Saturday. You heard in Pierre's new reporting there. It's going to be so much about how Donald Trump got back up again. I think you're going to hear a lot of that from his new running mate. And one of the things that you have to remember about Donald Trump, and part of the reason why he probably picked Senator J.D. Vance to be his running mate, are people that are out there defending him. And if you look, Linsey, at all of the coverage, I know he's been on the air with you, J.D. Vance has been one of Donald Trump's staunchest supporters on TV over the last several months, especially around the Manhattan criminal trial that wrapped up earlier this year, where the president was found guilty on 34 felony counts. So I think we're going to hear a lot of that rhetoric tonight from both running mate and son.
And John, give us a sense of what a second Trump term looks like. And do you feel that halfway through this convention that vision has really been laid out?
Well, I think last night, the theme, of course, last night being so much about the border. I think we heard a lot of that, even from Donald Trump's former rivals. I think that's going to be a big pillar of Donald Trump's 2.0 if he was successful this November. I do think a big question for Donald Trump and his allies, and we know that he's come out and said he's not in favor of it, is what about this rhetoric about Project 2025, right? This Schedule F, this idea of completely stripping and changing the federal government. Now, even though Donald Trump has come out and said he has no idea about this, we know that several of his longtime aides and allies have some connections to this, Stephen Miller being one of them. He came out when contacted by ABC News, Linsey, and said he had nothing to do with the group, even though he was a supporter of theirs at one point. So I think it's a real question at the moment. The other thing I would just note real quickly before I have to leave you is that, look, so many of Donald Trump's first-term cabinet, remember Donald Trump said repeatedly he only hires and surrounds himself with the best people. So many of them have come out and said they would not return. They didn't endorse the president for another term. So I am actually curious, we talk about the running mate, that's the first selection of who will be with him in an administration. Who would fill out the rest of the cabinet? It'll be interesting if there are any repeat individuals from term one in a potential term two, Linsey.
A few interesting questions that you posed there, John. Our thanks to you. And joining us now, ABC's Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief Rick Klein. Rick, thank you for coming back on. Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance speaks here in a few hours. He, of course, is senator from Ohio, which borders two swing states. How might his selection affect the race in battleground states?
Yeah, Linsey, Ohio used to be the ultimate battleground state. It has definitely trended red in the last few years, but it is in the neighborhood of some decidedly purple and absolutely critical states. Take a look at some of the latest polling averages from our partners at 538. The upper Midwest, so key here. Donald Trump is leading in all these states, but his closest margins right now are in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania in particular, probably the most important state on the map for Joe Biden to win his native state. It's also only about 20 miles or so from Ohio, where that shooting happened on Saturday night. So we've been told that the plan for J.D. Vance is to campaign extensively in the upper Midwest. We just saw that event in Pennsylvania, and the first joint event with the two of them, Grand Rapids, Michigan. And tonight, of course, we're still in the state of Wisconsin. So all three of those states getting a lot of attention for good reason that's reinforced by Vance.
And Rick, the convention theme this evening is Make America Strong once again. It's basically foreign policy night at the RNC. Considering the Israel-Hamas war, is that top of mind for many Americans?
Yeah, and the Russia-Ukraine war as well. A lot of these delegates that I've talked to like to make the point that under Donald Trump, there were no new wars. Now, the United States is not actively involved in any of those wars either, but of course, it's been consumed a lot of oxygen. The Afghanistan withdrawal, which as we reported, was quite messy. Even though initiated by Trump, it happened under Joe Biden, and it seemed to be kind of a turning point in public opinion. So we'll see. A lot of the views that you'll hear tonight from the speakers are not what you would have heard from the foreign policy of the Bush era or the Reagan era or really the Nixon era, any other Republican party, but this is Trump's party. And I think that's become abundantly clear this week.
And Rick, polling aside, with top Democrat Representative Adam Schiff saying President Biden should drop out of the race, what does it mean nearly 3 weeks since the debate, Biden continues to lose support?
This was a significant day, Lindsey. Two big things happened. One involved Adam Schiff, who's very close to House Speaker, the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as John Carl pointed out. Chuck Schumer is also someone who's been raising concerns directly to the president. The other big thing is that the Democrats, who had planned to start a virtual nomination of Joe Biden in just a couple of days, have pushed that back till at least the beginning of August. So it gives a little more time for the Democrats to figure out. And of course, the news tonight that the president himself has been diagnosed with COVID is taking him off the trail and is going to renew the concerns. And I think as soon as we leave here in Milwaukee, as soon as this convention shuts down, it's going to be a fevered pitch in Democratic circles about what to do about Joe Biden, whether there's more they can try to do to try to urge him not to run.
All right, Rick Klein for us, thanks so much. And you may have just heard that raucous applause there on the stage. Congressman from Florida, Matt Gaetz, who once said, "I'm trying to reshape the House in my image." And we still have much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We are here in Milwaukee for day 3 as the Republican platform has continued to take shape. Will their plan for a stronger America unify the party and bring in more voters to support Donald Trump's hopes for a second term? First, a little RNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forth, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made to USA.
Great work.
Hi.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
I'm
David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. 1985? I think we could have.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu. Welcome back, everyone. We are in Milwaukee live as the third day of the Republican National Convention gets underway, and we've seen an effort to appeal more to black voters. Before the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, Nightline anchor Byron Pitts spoke to black male voters across 3 states. Here's part of the conversation.
Voting is the last thing on my mind. Y'all want me to vote for what? So Mike Brown can get shot 10 times in his head? That's what I'm voting for? So George Floyd can get killed on camera, bro? What am I voting for? What am I going and standing in this line for and voting for one of these people for? Why? But y'all want to act like my vote really matters.
Byron Pitts joins us now. Byron, you talked to black men in North Carolina, Georgia, and Michigan. What did they tell you about their feelings on politics and on the Republican Party?
Well, Linsey, I think overall you heard in that young man's voice frustration. Frustration with both parties, frustration with politics. That, look, several people pointed to the fact that, yes, black unemployment is at record lows, but it's still nearly twice white unemployment. They talked about while crime statistics are better, crime is still crippling many communities of color. And here's some statistics, Linsey, I think that are keeping Democrats up at night and give Republicans reason to be encouraged. In 2012, 11% of black male voters voted Republican. In 2016, 13% voted Republican. In 2020, 19% voted Republican. And what is expected to be a close race this fall, if those numbers increase dramatically for the Republican Party, that spells trouble for the Democrats.
Obviously does. And many times when you hear either side try to appeal to black voters, they mention crime or poverty, but many feel other issues they care about are often ignored and they're painted as a monolith. Did anyone express feeling misunderstood by either party?
Oh, absolutely. We talked to a group of black men who were in the rap industry, right? Brothers in their 30s who felt ignored. We talked to a group of young men, all college students, who felt ignored by both parties. And both offended in some levels by how both leading candidates, Biden and Trump, have attempted to reach out to them. There's been lots of talk, and you've discussed it on your show in the past about the Trump sneakers and those things, and the fact that he may appeal to black male voters in particular because of his criminal history, his criminal record. Many people I spoke with were offended by that. And at the same time, remember some time ago, Joe Biden said, if you vote for Trump, you ain't black. That landed poorly in many corners of black America. So I think they feel in general that these two leading candidates, men well over the age of 70, men who came of age during Jim Crow, don't necessarily see the world the way they see a world that fully includes them. Though both parties are making real attempts to tout their records, President Biden as well as Donald Trump, the things that they've done. They both invested in HBCUs from the White House. So they're trying, but I think it's fair to say that message is still a whisper from both parties.
And I know that you also talked to younger male voters about their feelings on this election as well. Let's take a bit of a listen to that conversation.
What issues matter most to you guys this election?
I'm so politically tired. I don't even know what issues I care about anymore. Reproductive rights, for me, it's important, but it's like I'm tired.
Why are you tired?
Constantly having to fight as a black man in every space. It's like every system is built in opposition of our success.
Byron, curious if you felt that sense of being tired in some of the other young black men you spoke with.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things that surprises in our conversations was this thread in every segment of Black America where we talk to Black men, this sense of the microaggressions that you face as a person of color still in this country, and how that whole thing is just exhausting. And they don't necessarily feel represented by either party. And also, Linsey, the other thing that I took away from that was also the weight of history that so many people of color, in particular in this case, Black men, feel to. I heard it from Black men in their 60s who worked in blue-collar jobs. I heard it from young Black men in their 20s on university campuses. This notion that they recognize, almost across the board, that they have the right to do something that men and women in their family, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, in some cases their parents, didn't have the right to do, and they feel the weight of that responsibility, not just as Americans today, but as descendants of a people who fought, bled, died for the right to vote.
And Byron, what I think is so interesting, you saw basically a split screen here at the RNC. Over the last few days, you've had more Black speakers than in recent history at any Republican National Convention. And at the same time, President Joe Biden going and speaking to the NAACP. So certainly both parties actively courting those Black voters. Byron Pitts, we thank you so much for the conversation. Appreciate it.
Always.
Now I want to point your attention to the stage here. Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House from 1995 to 99 years old, to 1999.
The world today is incredibly dangerous. A growing coalition of dictatorships is actively trying to undermine American power and conquer America's allies. A religious dictatorship in Iran, which chants death to America, is on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Russia's dictator has unleashed the deadliest European war since World War II. Communist China continues to develop its military power while actively seeking to undermine America through espionage, fentanyl, and the infiltration of our companies and our universities. Faced with these clear and present dangers, President Biden has adopted failed policy after failed policy. Where President Trump orchestrated an orderly end to the Afghanistan war with no American killed in nearly 2 years. Biden ordered a chaotic, panic-filled withdrawal that left 13 American troops and hundreds of Afghans dead. Where President Trump insisted on keeping Bagram Air Base, which is located within 1 hour of the Chinese nuclear facilities, President Biden gave it to the Taliban, who are now allied with Communist China.
Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich there. And now I want to bring in a conversation about the largest ethnic voting group in the country, Latinos. Mike Madrid, co-founder of the Lincoln Project and a political consultant who has worked on both sides of the aisle. He also is the author of The Latino Century, How America's Largest Minority is Transforming Democracy. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. President Biden was out courting Latino voters today and announcing new programs aimed at benefiting Latino voters. But you're right that both parties continue to fail to appeal to the Latino vote. What are they getting wrong?
Well, the main thing that both parties don't understand is that Latinos as a voting group are moving decisively away from sort of a racial and ethnic focused voting group to one that is significantly more economically and pocketbook focused. And it's really challenging both parties' notion of what a minority voter actually is. The same dynamic that the previous speaker was talking about African-American men specifically, is happening with Latinos, but by a factor of about 3 or 4 times greater and 3 or 4 times faster. About a decades-long run of elections has seen more and more Latinos voting for Republicans or moving away from the Democratic Party, so much so that Democrats now sit at a historically weakened position with Latinos in July heading into an election year.
And what can you tell us about the shift you've seen Latinos voters make away from the Democratic Party?
I think the best way to look at it is less of a shift that you're seeing with African-American voters and more of an emergence of a new voting bloc because they don't have that vote history. Nearly 40% of Latinos are under the age of 30 years old. which is a jaw-dropping statistic that tells us that the problems with Democrats having with young voters are a concentric circle that overlaps considerably with Latino voters because they're essentially one and the same. But that same anti-political party, anti-establishment populist sentiment is just as strong amongst Latino voters, I would argue perhaps stronger than it is with African-American men. And as the working class becomes less white and much more brown, those Latino voters are starting to take on the political behaviors and the voting tendencies of the white, rural, non-college educated voter that has so perplexed this country over the course of the past 8 years.
And I just want to point to Peter Navarro, who has caused a big eruption here in the arena, who just actually was released from a low-security prison today and came right to speak at the Republican National Convention today. Sorry for that interruption, but you can hear the eruption of fight, 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 and people throwing their fists in the air. You're right that Joe Biden could easily bring Latinos back into the traditional range for Democrats after a decade-long slide. How?
I think you'd have to absolutely create a Marshall Plan for housing. This is a community where 1 in 5 Hispanic men are employed in the construction industry or a related field. This is an industry that has been hammered by a tripling of interest rates during his term, a devaluation of the currency by about 20%. Affordability is the real economic problem facing lower income working class people. So while the fundamentals, the stock market, the S&P 500 are showing record gains, and people in upper middle class and upper class economies and industries are doing quite well, the lower class is really struggling with affordability questions, and that disproportionately means brown and black faces, Latinos specifically, as those numbers start to explode in the workforce.
And Mike Madrid, we thank you so much for the conversation and your time. Really appreciate it. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime. The GOP convention, Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance will take the stage later tonight with Make America Strong once again as tonight's theme. And strength is what another VP nominee hoped to portray as she took to the stage years ago. As we go to break, a look at Sarah Palin's 2008 speech.
I love those hockey moms. You know, they say the difference between a hockey mom and a pit bull? Lipstick.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you? Appreciate you. Thank you.
David, good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
They call him the Beauty Queen Killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to join the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love?
Oh, yeah. Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
Make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Reporting from the Normandy coast for the 80th anniversary of D-Day, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage of the Republican National Convention. It's the third of 4 nights here, and this evening's theme is Make America Strong Again. Want to bring in Terry Moran, who's on the convention floor here. And Terry, decorated war heroes are taking to the podium tonight. From where you are, can you gauge people's patriotism and their support for the military?
Well, that has been a signature Republican issue for generations, and especially under Donald Trump. Talking to several veterans here tonight, they are absolutely convinced, that Donald Trump was better for the military, better for veterans, better to keep America strong. That's obviously the theme of the night here. And that's one of those issues that you just get completely divergent opinions, right? The Democrats will talk about how President Trump talked down about veterans, according to his own chief of staff, saying that people who were wounded in combat were suckers and losers. There was the famous, during the 2016 campaign, 2020 campaign, I should say, there was the Khan family whose son was killed in combat. They felt disrespected by Donald Trump. Totally different attitude here, and it's basically unanimous that this is the right way for the country to go, and that Donald Trump loves the military, respects the military, and that Joe Biden doesn't.
And coming up in the next hour or so will be an introduction of Gold Star families who've lost a loved one, as you referenced. Trump, as we know, has that shaky relationship with some of those families. Has anyone expressed misgivings at all to you?
Yeah, no, there's no misgivings here about Donald Trump and the military. He projects strength. They also talk, and this is something we're going to hear from J.D. Vance, vice presidential candidate tonight, that they believe he used the military in a smarter way. Not careening off around the world looking for wars to start or wars to get involved in when it comes to Ukraine, but targeted attacks like the attack on General Soleimani, the Iranian head of foreign terrorist operations, basically for Iran. They think that is the way that Trump convinced the world that he was not to be messed with, that the United States was safer and stronger under his leadership. You don't hear any misgivings about his relationship to the military or his use of it. And one of the things, one of the veterans that I talked to, a veteran of the Iraq War, said that essentially Joe Biden in Afghanistan, they believe, really abandoned the troops on the ground. That has stuck with so many people, and it's visceral. They sense that was something that they cannot forgive him for, and they believe that Donald Trump is stronger on that issue as well.
Terry, I don't know if you got a chance to really hear Peter Navarro's speech. I mean, he's still on the stage. They are talking. we've been having this conversation, so I'm not sure if you've been able to really get a sense of it, but it's just been really a big reaction with, as you see it again, chants being evoked from the audience. Can you give us a sense of what you've been hearing right now? We hear them saying, USA, USA.
Yes. Well, Linsey, you're right. This was a moment. Peter Navarro, who got out of jail last night after he served several months for contempt of Congress, was welcomed as a hero here. The cheers to the roof, the emotion was very genuine, and the chants that they lifted were "Let them go," as well as USA. You heard a lot of people talking about "Let them go." That is a chant for the people who have been arrested and convicted for crimes during the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. One of the things that's at stake in this election is the meaning of January 6th. Right, to Democrats, to many people in the country, it was an insurrection, an assault on our democratic processes. For people here, it was a miscarriage of justice. It was a protest. Lots of people who shouldn't have been imprisoned are. And what you heard when Peter Navarro walked out was how deeply ingrained a different understanding of what January 6th is in this convention and in the Republican Party. It's very telling, and I imagine for many Democrats and people who look at that very differently, scary.
Very telling, for sure. Terry Moran, our thanks to you. Once again, tonight's theme is Make America Strong Again, but many Americans differ on how they think that should be done. I want to bring in 538's Galen Druk with some numbers and analysis. Hey, Galen, how do Americans view topics like the Israel-Hamas war and the war in Ukraine, and what could that mean for how we see it addressed tonight?
It's really notable, Linsey. In general, the issue of Ukraine unites Democrats and divides Republicans on the question of whether or not the United States is doing enough to help Ukraine in its fight against the Russian invasion. 60% of Democrats say that we're not doing enough as a country, whereas only 15% of Republicans say the same. Because that's not a hot topic for Republicans, I think even though we're talking about foreign policy tonight, they're going to try to downplay that issue. But don't be surprised if you really hear them emphasize the issue of Israel. That's an issue that unites the Republican Party and divides the Democratic Party, so they can use it as something of a wedge issue. When it comes to polling there, 75% of Republicans say they support the Israeli military action in Gaza, whereas only a quarter of Democrats feel the same way.
Representative Monica De La Cruz of Texas on stage right there now. And I know you talked to some young voters earlier today. We've seen a lot of talk about foreign policy being important to them. But is that what you got from your conversation?
It's really interesting, Linsey. I think if you watched the college protests that played out over the spring, you might think that this is one of the most important issues for young people. But in fact, when you look at the polling, it's not. So it is true that young people are more sympathetic to Palestinians than the country broadly. But it still ranks towards the bottom of their priority list. When you look at the top 3 issues that young people are concerned about in America based on a recent Harvard Youth poll, you see that it's inflation, healthcare, and housing. So it really comes down to the cost of living. And I heard that talking to students out in Milwaukee today. I heard that folks were making sacrifices about where they could live or how many roommates they might have because of the cost of housing. I also heard concern about what life is going to be like after graduation. And, we've heard it a lot, but young people, people in their early 20s talking to me about saving up for maybe trying to buy a car or a house. These things have grown immensely in terms of cost over the past few years. And it's young people who are going to be facing the prospect of making some of the most expensive purchases they'll make in their lifetimes as they get out of college, maybe try to buy a car, maybe try to start to have a family. Whereas older voters have already made some of the most expensive purchases they've made in their lifetimes. So young people are, in fact, really feeling the brunt of the inflation and the high interest rates that we've experienced. And maybe this is part of that equation, but we've actually seen significant erosion for Democrats amongst young people. Usually, in the last election, Biden won 18 to 29-year-olds by about 25 percentage points. We've seen in a recent average of polls, his advantage over Donald Trump has slipped to below 10 percentage points.
538's Galen Druk, the most passionate man on the political polls you'll ever hear from. Thank you, as always, Galen. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. Republicans have made the border a major part of their platform. How does their plan differ from the Democrats, and do either resonate with Latino voters? Before we go to break, another look at a past convention, the moment George H.W. Bush accepted the nomination in 1988.
Read my lips. No new taxes. I accept your nomination for president.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward,
with some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes.
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everyone. Night 3 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Want to go right to the stage. Tom Homan, former director of ICE, who you see on the stage right now. Let's take a listen.
You know, this isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design, and it's a choice. It's national suicide. But you know what? On November 5th, the American people do have a choice, and they're going to stop this madness. I got a message. As a guy who spent 34 years deporting illegal aliens, I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now.
And we just saw a sign there, mass deportation now. Many people holding up that sign throughout the arena. At the same time, one of the themes here is unity. We've heard those calls throughout the convention. And one thing that you'd think both parties could get behind would be the facts. But we're not even seeing much agreement there. To do some fact checking, we want to bring in ABC News contributor Maria Elena Salinas to discuss the critical issue of immigration. Maria Elena, thank you so much for joining us. Let's begin with the Biden administration's executive actions. What are you seeing in terms of the number of encounters with migrants at the border under the new Biden rules?
Hello, Linsey. Well, the executive action that Biden took recently, restricting who and how to request asylum, has led to a decrease in border crossings by about 30%. Encounters at the border have decreased by 50%. And DHS has removed and returned more than 50,000 individuals to more than 100 countries. And also, Border Patrol agents have made roughly 83,000 apprehensions at the border in June. Now, that is the lowest since January of 2021. So his measure is working. But by the way, we hear a lot, and we're just hearing it right now with the speaker, that 8 to 10 million people have come to the country illegally. That is inaccurate. That number is the number of encounters at the border. And some of those are repeat offenders, those people who come to the border and are turned away, and then they attempt to come again. The number of people who have come in and that had been released with an order to appear in court is more like 2.5 million, and close to 3 million have been deported. And what this gentleman on the stage right now just said is that Biden is letting people in, breaking the law. And that's not true, because asylum seekers have the legal right to request asylum, and it's part of U.S. law.
And those statistics contrast significantly to what we've been hearing here at the Republican National Convention and what you heard from Thomas Homan, the former acting director of ICE, just a few moments ago. Let's listen to remarks from Senator Ted Cruz at the convention here last night.
Every day, Americans are dying, murdered, assaulted, raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released.
Want to get a sense from you, is that true?
No, it's not true. That is just one of the many pieces of misinformation that is being spread about undocumented immigrants, especially every day. They do highlight a handful of cases that have occurred throughout the years. But no, immigrants do not increase crime. There's study after study that shows that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes in the U.S. Than people born in this country. Another misconception is that they're bringing drugs. Fentanyl does come into the country, but it comes from legal ports of entry. Asylum seekers are undocumented immigrants. That's not true. It is legal to request asylum, like I just told you. It is U.S. law, and also international agreements that the U.S. has subscribed to, that immigrants take jobs from Americans. Again, that's been proven that it's not true. Immigrants do the jobs that Americans won't do, that undocumented immigrants come to the country to vote. Also false. Only U.S. citizens can vote, not even legal residents can vote. And that immigrants receive social benefits, including health care. No, they don't qualify.
And before I let you go, I just want to point to David Lara, who's on stage right now. They describe him as an everyday American from a city overrun by immigrants. Your response to having this speaker here?
We have a president who cares. In a city overrun by immigrants, I don't understand. Immigrants come here. Most of them come here. They have family members here. They have friends here. When they are released, they go to different cities and they find sponsors. Usually, you're not allowed to be able to come into the country for asylum unless you have someone that can help you, that can support you. And, when you see that they're going all over the city, all over the country, you remember those buses that were sent by the governor of Florida, by the governor of Texas to different cities across the country, cities that maybe were not their destination, cities where they do not have a support system, and maybe cities where they have no address where they can get that special date that they need to be able to go to their court date. So no, cities are not being overrun by undocumented immigrants. They're here to work. And if they are being spread all over the country, it's because they are being bused all over the country. instead of the destination that we want to go to.
Maria Elena Salinas, we thank you so much for your time. Still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We are here live in Milwaukee this week for the Republican National Convention, and we have our team of correspondents and experts breaking down the most notable moments of the day and what we can expect next. A little RNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Here's to Good Mornings in America.
Can you feel the love?
Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
Make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. We are here in Milwaukee live for the RNC, and we are following breaking news from the White House. President Biden has tested positive for COVID. We're getting a look at images of President Biden boarding Air Force One to leave Las Vegas after scrapping an event following that COVID diagnosis. Here he is as he walks up the stairs to get on the plane. Right before then, he told reporters how he was feeling.
Mr. President, how do you feel? How do you feel?
We'll have much more on President Biden in a moment, but we do begin here in Milwaukee, where America is set to get introduced to the man who may be a heartbeat away from the presidency, 39-year-old J.D. Vance. At one time, he was a never-Trumper. Tonight, he will take to the stage to accept the Republican nomination for vice president. We will also meet his wife, Usha, who 10 years ago was a registered Democrat. In just a moment, we'll hear from their former classmate at Yale, Vivek Ramaswamy, and we are taking a live look now at the convention hall, where you're hearing from everyday Americans. They describe themselves as ranchers and at one time never Trumpers, but they say they have had a change of heart. Our team is standing by to break it all down. But I do want to begin with Rachel Scott, who continues for us on the floor here at the convention. And Rachel, from never Trump to top Trump guy, according to Republicans, what makes J.D. Vance such a good fit for vice president?
Yeah, Senator J.D. Vance once said he is a never Trumper. He said that former President Donald Trump was reprehensible. Now, of course, he is his running mate on this Republican ticket where they're trying to get to the White House. And so a lot of Republicans that I've been talking to say they like J.D. Vance for a few reasons here. One, certainly his age. He brings some sort of fresh energy to this race. J.D. Vance is just 39 years old. If he were to go to the White House with former President Donald Trump, he would be one of the youngest vice presidents in our nation's history. Also, he is a fierce defender of former President Donald Trump, really that conservative firebrand that so many in the Republican Party are looking for. We know loyalty is very important to the former president. J.D. Vance has proven that time and time again, even going to show up outside of the courthouse there in Manhattan when the former president was on trial during that hush money case. And then most importantly here, something that everyone has stressed to me, they believe that Senator J.D. Vance can really help them in the critical battleground states that will ultimately decide this election. We're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking about Michigan, Pennsylvania, and of course, his home state of Ohio, Linsey.
And J.D. Vance will be introduced by his wife, Usha, tonight. What do you know about the woman who could be our nation's second lady?
Yeah, and this is an introduction for J.D. Vance, too. Of course, he's only been in the Senate for 18 months. This is an introduction for his wife, Usha, as well, to the American people. So here's what we know about them. She is the daughter of Indian immigrants. The couple met at a Yale Law School, and she then went on to become a clerk for Chief Justice John Roberts. She then became a trial attorney. She actually just stepped down from that position when it was announced that Senator J.D. Vance would become Donald Trump's running mate. So now she is all in on getting that Republican ticket to the White House, Linsey.
All right, we'll be hearing from both of them later on this evening. Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Now I want to bring in ABC News contributing political correspondent Rachel Bade, who joins us now. Rachel, there are more calls in the Democratic Party for President Joe Biden to step aside for a new nominee, California Congressman Adam Schiff, now the 21st member of Congress to call on the president to remove himself from the race. And this says a lot because of his relationship with Nancy Pelosi.
That's right, Linsey. I mean, the walls right now are really closing in on President Joe Biden. It appears that he has lost the confidence of some of the most senior and powerful members of the Democratic Party on Capitol Hill. I'm going to come right back to Adam Schiff in a second, but I should just note here that our colleague John Carl just a few minutes ago with a big scoop reporting that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer as well as Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the two senior most Democrats on Capitol Hill, actually told the president that it would be better for the country if he steps aside. This is groundbreaking. I mean, we also can go back to Adam Schiff here. You think about 21 Democrats who are on the record right now saying that President Joe Biden should allow someone else to go atop the ticket. That doesn't seem like a lot, Linsey, but that name, Adam Schiff, signals something important in Washington. He is thick as thieves with Nancy Pelosi. They are very close. They iron out talking points together. They iron out messaging together. He's been her protege. So him coming out and saying it's time for Joe Biden to go, a lot of people are seeing that as the voice of Pelosi herself.
The virtual roll call to nominate Joe Biden, it was set to begin on Friday. That's now been delayed. Tell us why and when we expect for it to happen.
The why, Linsey, goes back to what lawmakers in Congress are trying to do right now. They want to push Joe Biden out. Democrats have been convinced that he can't win, honestly, since the beginning, I should say the end of the debate, where he fumbled so much against former President Donald Trump. And they've just been sort of trying to figure out how best to do it. Should they go public? If they go public, will he dig in? Do they have these private conversations? And it's been a bit of a roller coaster, Linsey, with sometimes Joe Biden seeming to have good days where a bunch of allies come out to support him. Other times you hear new reporting about Nancy Pelosi working behind the scenes against him. And it all seems to sort of be coming to a head in the next couple of days, Linsey. But basically these Democrats, they want more time. They want to convince Biden to allow someone else to take the torch, Linsey.
So interesting that this is all playing out, the backdrop of the RNC. Do we have any sense if this might slow down now, given his recent COVID diagnosis, or is it business as usual?
It's a really good question, Linsey. If it does slow it down, it's definitely not going to stop it. I'm thinking back to just about a week and a half ago. Biden's inner circle was able to recruit the Congressional Black Caucus, top allies of Biden, to come out and put on this sort of display of support for Biden. It very much quieted the critics. Well, the next day, Nancy Pelosi herself stirred it up and brought back the movement toward dump Biden. We saw something similar happen over the weekend where a lot of Democrats were telling Biden privately on phone calls that they were really concerned about him at the top of the ticket and that they might lose their own seats if he stays in the race. And then the shooting happened and it died down for a couple of days. But the point is, everyone I'm talking to in Democratic leadership on the Hill has told me that they're going to keep working to try to get him out. And it's just a matter of time in their view. And of course, it is going to be up to Joe Biden, but he's got his own leadership against him right now. And that's going to be really tough for him to sustain, Linsey.
Rachel Bade, our thanks to you. And I do want to bring us back to center stage here, where you have Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. Of course, the Texas governor has made the southern border a cornerstone issue.
I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott addressing the RNC here, and want to bring in some fact-checking once again as it relates to the largest ethnic voting group in the country, talking about Latinos here. Want to bring back ABC News contributor Maria Elena Salinas. Maria, thanks so much for coming back on. In 2020, when these candidates faced off, an ABC News exit poll found that 32% of Hispanic voters were for Trump. Do you think that the Republican Party will continue to increasingly appeal to Latinos?
Well, Trump did do better with Latinos in 2020 than he did in 2016. It was mostly in South Florida and South Texas, but according to polls this year, it looks like that support is growing a little bit. And there are several factors for that. One is the economy, or the perception of a bad economy, if you will. You know, Latinos are an important part of the labor force, and what they care about the most is feeding their families and putting a roof over their heads. And another important factor is immigration. You know, while the immigration issue kept Latinos on the Democratic side for decades because of a promise of immigration reform, you know, they feel that that promise wasn't kept. And two, they feel that the crisis at the border has affected how the immigrant community is treated and is perceived, and, you know, also makes the possibility of immigration reform even more elusive. You know, having said that, 4 out of 10 Latinos still have a negative view of former President Trump. And Republicans, they don't really need to win the Latino vote. They just need to chip away at the advantage that Democrats and Biden have.
And of course, Governor Abbott of Texas, who continues to be on the stage right now, we just heard him say that rapists, murderers, and terrorists are flooding in through our open borders. Is that true?
No, it's not true. I mean, I'm sure that there's some people that might have ended up committing crimes, and you can't really vet people's character when they come in. But the people that are coming into the country, the people that are leaving their country looking for a better life, are people that are coming to look for work. They are not coming here to commit crimes. And, you know, study after study has shown that the crime rates in cities where there are large numbers of immigrants are a lot lower than crimes committed by U.S. citizens or even by U.S. legal residents. So no, it's not true. You keep hearing all these misconceptions over and over again. Governor Abbott again mentioned the 8 to 10 million amount of undocumented immigrants that have come through the country, and that is just not true. Those are possibly the amount of apprehensions or people that come to the border and encounters that immigration officials have at the border, because let's remember that that number also counts some of the people that are offenders. So no, it's not true.
Maria Elena Salinas, we thank you so much for joining us once again. I want to pivot now to our Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz. And Martha, foreign policy is tonight's theme, Make America Strong Again. Trump has made it clear the U.S. should not be involved in wars. Is that a real possibility for the U.S. to just tap out of these major world events?
Well, one of the things about foreign policy, about anything really, is you don't know what's coming next and you don't exactly know how to react. So I think what he wants to do is not get involved in wars overseas, but you always can't plan that that is the case. He's correct, Lindsay. He didn't start any wars while he was president and vowed to get out of them, including vowed to get out of Afghanistan and started dialogue with the Taliban. But there were certainly conflicts around the world when Donald Trump was president, and we have a military that's active around the world at all times.
And I know you got a chance to speak with one of the Gold Star families who's expected to speak here later tonight. What did they tell you?
Well, you know, I actually interviewed several of the Gold Star families who were family members of the 13 service members killed in Afghanistan by the suicide bomber during the, as the U.S. was getting out of Afghanistan. And I asked them, and this was last year, and I asked them at the time how they felt about President Biden and how he had responded. They were, of course, angry about the suicide bombing. They were really angry at Joe Biden. The relatives of the young woman, Nicole G., that young Marine who was pictured in the picture holding an infant, an Afghan infant, just days before she'd put on her Instagram account, "I love my job." They were angry at Joe Biden. They said that he was disrespectful at Dover, that he didn't know some of their names, that he didn't know personal stories about them. People, of course, are always angry and emotional when something happens to their family. But this was very much targeted at Joe Biden. And I'm sure you will hear that tonight from that same family and others who felt, first of all, and they are right about that, it was a chaotic and disastrous withdrawal, but I think you'll hear more about that tonight.
In contrast to the very serious conversation you're having, Martha Raddatz, you can see a party-like atmosphere here in the convention center as people are imitating Donald Trump's trademark dance there throughout the building. A little while ago, we got a chance to catch up with one-time presidential hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy, who knew the man who could be a heartbeat away from the presidency long before he held political office. Take a look. You had the good fortune of knowing J.D. Vance actually in college, both of you at Yale Law School together. How would you describe him then?
J.D. was somebody who was always very sincere. He's an earnest guy. We built our friendship not around politics, but around a passion for watching some failing Cincinnati Bengals games. So we were the only two lone guys cheering for the Bengals. Both from Ohio. We grew up both in Southwest Ohio. We didn't know each other back then, but we met in law school where we were classmates. His wife, Usha, was also in our class. It's also where I happened to meet my wife, who was in med school at the same time. And we became friends over the years. They live in Cincinnati. We live now in Ohio as well. Our kids are of roughly similar ages. They've read some of the same books, and we spent a Thanksgiving together even a few years ago. So I've been really grateful to not only for our friendship, but so proud of him to see landing in the position he has, and I think he's going to be an outstanding vice president for the country.
He's talked about in the past the hope of Obama in the White House, of admiring Bill Clinton. You knew him during this time of this political evolution. Can you kind of explain, once you did have any kind of conversations, even later in life, what that evolution looked like?
Well, look, you'll have to ask J.D. about the specifics of his own policy views, and he and I have, even to this day, some differences in our policy vision for the country. One of the things about our relationship, and one of the things that I think will make him an excellent vice president, is that he's very good at engaging in thoughtful discourse. He's made me think about things differently. I think I've had the same effect in the other direction, and I think that reflects a true leader who is allowed their thoughts to evolve over time. I'll say one of the things about JD is he didn't come from the business world. I had some business background before I went to law school. I went back into the business world. JD did enter the business world afterwards, and I got to say, I can imagine that had some impact on his experience in seeing the real-world effects of not only policies from both political parties, but his own experiences and his own journey as well. He obviously wrote a great book, Hillbilly Elegy. I know from my experience in writing my books as well that There's nothing that forces you to really discover your own convictions like actually putting it down on paper, being challenged. So I think it's great to be able, for America to be able to see there's a leader here at the near highest level who has gone through an evolution. And I also think it's going to make him uniquely suited as a messenger for President Trump to explain to voters who may not have voted for Trump in 2016 or 2020, to say that I didn't vote for him back then either, but here's why I came along to be one of his strongest supporters. And I think that could actually be quite authentic and compelling to bring and give permission to other people to do the same.
You mentioned Hillbilly Elegy. His wife, Usha, apparently helped him with the research for that book. She was actually registered as a Democrat just until 2014. I know you mentioned in your speech last night that the good thing about this country is you can argue and then still get around the dinner table together. Have you all ever had any debates at all with Usha?
Yeah, to tell you the truth, no. Although we know each other well, we talk more about family. We've talked a lot about culture. We talk a lot about even our time of learning the law and different perspectives. She is brilliant. She's actually a very talented lawyer and thought leader in her own right, although that's a very different profile and track than being in the world of politics. And between Apoorva and myself, we have immense respect for both of them, actually. And the other thing is we look at our families in the same way. If JD's as good of a father and as good of a vice president as he is a father and as he is a husband and as he is a friend, I think he's going to be an outstanding asset to this country. And I am hopeful, not just for him, but for the country, that he's going to lead this country to a revival.
You mentioned that you've had some conversations about culture. As an Indian American, what do you think it means for this country to potentially have a second lady who's an Indian American?
Look, I think that the beauty of this country is there's more to us than our different shades of melanin or ethnic backgrounds. But to say there's a common thread that unites all of us across those differences. With that common thread, then our diversity becomes a beautiful thing. But I think part of what's happened in the country for so long is we have celebrated those superficial differences while losing the common actual thread that unites all of us. I think one of the beautiful things about JD's story, Usha's story, my wife Apoorva's story, and mine as well, is that we've all in different ways lived the American dream. We weren't necessarily, and certainly in any other country in the world, supposed to achieve the heights and successes that we've been afforded in this country. And in JD's case, to be able to speak to that as the vice president and to be able to also translate that to a policy vision for how we expand that American dream to more Americans, I think is a beautiful thing. I think it's going to be powerful. I personally find it inspiring, and I hope that he's able to share that story with the rest of the country as well.
Lastly, if you all are successful in winning the election, you have your eye on a particular cabinet seat?
We've had some great conversations with President Trump. I want to be respectful of those conversations, but he and I are aligned that big impact is what we're shooting for. And so, one of the lessons I learned early was, lucky to get a piece of advice early in my career, was it takes about as much effort to do something small and to do it well as it does to do something really big and to do it well. And I think I'm aligned with President Trump that we want it to be something really big and put myself in a position to do it really well for the country.
Delegate Ramaswamy, I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Chants of drill, baby drill here at the convention site. Joining us now is Reince Priebus, the RNC chair of the Milwaukee Host Committee, and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile. Donna, let's start with you. Your reaction to John Karl's reporting that top congressional Democrats Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have told the president it would be better for the country if he is to step aside.
Look, they represent a very important part of the Democratic Party and, of course, the Democratic family. There are 260 members of Congress. 20 of them have said that they would like to see the president step back. 20. As you well know, we're a big tent party. We have delegates that are already preparing to come to Chicago in a couple of weeks. And Linsey, they can't wait to meet you. But we also have grassroots activists who are telling the president and vice president they want to stay and fight. And so I respect the members of Congress. I know many of them personally. Mr. Schiff is running for the United States Senate. The donors are saying to many of those members that they do not want to provide resources unless the president steps back. The president has indicated that he intends to run, and we intend to continue to support him. Many of us Democrats, we may not have Adam Schiff's voice or some of the money of the donors, but what we have is what every campaign needs, and that is grassroots support and the fire in our belly to fight for our democracy.
And what can you tell us about where things stand right now with the virtual roll call ahead of the in-person convention?
Well, on Friday afternoon, when Mr. Priebus is able to finally get some rest, the Rules Committee of the Democratic National Party's Convention Committee, they will be meeting. They will, of course, set out all of the guidelines. I don't want to talk over anybody. They will set out the guidelines, and they will put in place the procedures. The Credentials Committee will meet on Sunday afternoon. I'm a member of the Credentials Committee of the Convention, and we will certify the delegates. And as you well know, our process is by August 7th, we want to make sure that the president is able to get on the ballot in all 50 states in the District of Columbia, and we will proceed as we have indicated through the Democratic National Committee. We are going to make sure that Joe Biden is on the ballot in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
And Reince, what are you expecting to hear tonight from Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance? Do you think that he'll continue attacks on Vice President Kamala Harris, especially in light of President Biden's COVID diagnosis?
You know what? I think that you're going to see from J.D. Vance. I think you're going to hear a pretty tough speech. I don't think he's going to hold back a lot. I do think it's going to be a little bit tempered, keeping within the sort of feeling of unity on the floor, feeling of unity as Americans. But I also think he's going to bring a little red meat to the table. And I think he's going to do some of that potentially instead of Donald Trump doing a lot of that. But back to what you were talking to Donna about, look, Adam Schiff would not be talking about moving Biden aside unless they were deathly afraid of the results of a Joe Biden being the nominee of the Democrat Party. He doesn't need anything to run as Democrat U.S. Senator in California. He's going to likely win that race just because it's a Democrat state. And the other thing is, I respect what Donna's saying about only 20 Democrats that called for Biden to step aside, but this is like a game of Jenga. You can pull one piece and another piece and another piece, and maybe it's only 20 pieces, but eventually this tower is going to fall down, and that's what Joe Biden has to look out for. I think he's in a lot of trouble.
Hopefully you all can stay with us for a moment. I just want to pause to listen in to Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota. Of course, he was running for president of the United States initially, then was on the short list for VP. Of course, just recently we found out it's actually J.D. Vance, but he actively supporting and campaigning for Donald Trump.
That everyone at home can hear you. Are you ready? Who will make America energy dominant? Again, who will make America energy dominant? Well, that's pretty good, but it's after 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant? That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity, and we ensure our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's red tape has
North
raised
Dakota
the price
Governor Doug Burgum there. And Reince, want to bring you back in here. You mentioned red meat that you think that J.D. Vance is going to throw out there a little bit on the stage tonight. Here we are halfway through the four-day convention. Do you think that policy beyond just that red meat that is getting through to voters?
Well, I think it is, Lindsey. I mean, it was already pretty well set when it came to the economy. Joe Biden's numbers are just completely awful. He's over 25 points down on Trump on the economy. He's down 40 points on the issue of immigration. And what really comes down to is, what is the cost of gas? What is the cost of groceries? That's what people really care about. When you ask the average person out there, they're not talking to economists and Nobel Peace Prize winners and or economic prize winners for the economy. They're going to the local grocery store and they're seeing what the price of eggs, what the price of bread is, what the price of chicken is, and they don't like what they're seeing. And things were a lot better when Donald Trump was president. And look, some of this stuff might all not be that fair. That's the way it is. That's what elections are all about.
Ryan's previous, Donna. Go ahead, Donna.
Well, look, I want to say something. I went to 2 grocery stores today, and I got the receipts. The price of eggs have come down at least $1.50. The price of bacon is coming down. Gas prices. I filled my tank today under $50. All I'm saying is it's much better than when we had a Trump economy that only focused on the rich, that only gave tax breaks to the rich. You have a president that has created more than 15 million jobs. The manufacturing sector is coming back. There's an explosion in the amount of oil that we are producing in this country. So the reason why the Republicans like red meat with Tabasco is because they don't have the issues in front of them. We're talking about a president who cares about the average American, who is making ends meet for people, versus a party that is basically dealing with blue smoke and mirrors, telling us that they want to unify the country, and they have not indicated throughout the last, especially 2.5, even tonight, where they want to build the unity. It's about grievance, it's about revenge, and it's about, having a president who says he wants to be a dictator on day one. The Democrats are ready to respond to the Republicans, but right now we want to wish Joe Biden the best of luck, get rid of that COVID, and get back on the campaign trail.
Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, we thank you both so much as always. So much more to context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. Nikki Haley urged her supporters to vote for Donald Trump at last night's convention, but will her voters follow suit? Hear what some of them have to say. That's up next, as well as more analysis and coverage of the day's events as we're live here in Milwaukee. Day 3 of the Republican National Convention. A little RNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
I'm really sorry that article had to come out.
I just remember seeing that cover and thinking, oh. So I thought it might be interesting to try and contact everyone who is in the Brat Pack. You were not interested in talking about the Brat Pack.
I turned everything down.
How come you're talking to me?
Because it was time that we clear the air on a couple of things.
Whoa. I hated the Brat Pack for decades. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
We're afraid we were brats. Andrew?
I mean, I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. There were moments.
We could have. 1985? I think we could have.
Welcome back to our special ABC News Live coverage of Day 3 at the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Today's theme, Make America Strong once again, focusing on security and immigration. And where tonight hones in on Trump foreign policy, the focus just 24 hours ago was on Trump's vanquished rivals uniting behind his candidacy. Key among them, Nikki Haley. But can Haley get her supporters to back Trump, or can Joe Biden win them over? ABC's Rachel Scott has that report.
With the presidential race looking tight, one of the most watched groups of potential swing voters are Nikki Haley supporters. The former South Carolina governor mounted the most competitive but distant challenge to Donald Trump during this year's Republican presidential primaries, hoping to court members of the party looking for an alternative to the former president.
Everything Donald Trump's put up there is a lie. And if you have to lie to win, you don't deserve to win.
Her coalition of voters, not enough to overtake Trump's grip on the GOP. Haley suspended her presidential bid in early March, once the former president's lead became virtually impossible to overtake.
I said I wanted Americans to have their voices heard. I have done that. It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that.
But Haley is now telling her supporters she'll be voting for Trump this November and encouraged her 97 delegates to support Trump instead at the Republican National Convention.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Giving a primetime speech Tuesday after initially not being invited and a show of party unity.
You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him.
Not all of her supporters are heeding those words.
I honestly don't understand why the Republican Party is so locked in on him.
I'm undecided. I'll wait to hear some more specifics, I guess.
It's a question of character.
Haley's votes are still up for grabs, absolutely.
We set out to talk with Haley's voters across the country in those crucial battleground states to see where their votes could be headed. John Files is one of them. He says he's a lifelong Republican living in Las Vegas for over 2 decades.
I really like Nevada because it's a place that's looking forward to growth and redevelopment and being imaginative. I've always been Republican, and in the last few elections, I've really been torn because I think that the choices offered to the voters could have been better.
He says he supported Nikki Haley in the Republican primary this year and doesn't see himself voting for Trump in November.
I saw what Nikki Haley had done, and she'd been rather successful at the state level and also at the international and the world stage. And so I really favored her more.
When Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, she said to Donald Trump, "You have to earn the support of my voters." Does Donald Trump have your support?
No, he does not. So I'm very, very concerned that he will be reelected.
John is not alone. Pollsters suggest about 2/3 of Haley voters prefer Biden over Trump, something the former president has scoffed at on the campaign trail.
She got very few voters, and those voters are all coming to me.
We saw Trump sort of brush it off and, essentially say, "Oh, well, those voters will come back to me anyway," right? What did you make of those comments?
I really thought they were dismissive, and I don't think that Trump can count on that. And on the other hand, Biden just making an invitation is not enough. I think there are a lot of voters here that are sincerely concerned about these issues, and they're going to need to see actions, not words.
Is there anything that Donald Trump could do that would get you to support him?
I'd like to see new, talented, exceptionally bright leadership brought forward by both parties.
Whether they don't vote at all or they vote for the Democratic ticket, I think that's something a lot of them are still going through. So how that shakes out in those swing states is still very much up for grabs, which is why after everything that's been going on, it's still a jump ball.
Trump will also have to win over Haley voters like Lynn Dickens from Atlanta, a self-described big Nikki Haley supporter. Lynn supported Trump in 2020, but this time she says his priorities are off.
There's just so much drama associated with him at the moment, and I'm not convinced that he is necessarily focused on the issues at hand.
In rural Wisconsin, Brian Schlau is a third-generation farmer looking for a candidate that will prioritize agriculture investment. He's unsure about who to support this November.
I'm going to vote for whoever supports agriculture and has the policies that I'm looking for them to back in agriculture.
Pamela Dow and her husband, Eric Sams, are both Republicans and say they supported Nikki Haley during the primaries.
I felt that she was best for the nation.
I felt that she was very strong in being able to reach across the aisle and not quite as divisive as maybe the Republican candidate.
With Haley out of the picture, the Milwaukee natives say they're coming around to the idea of supporting Trump, but still have reservations.
If the election were tomorrow, I would vote for Trump. And I struggle saying that because it really is difficult to choose between either of the two of the candidates right now.
If the election were held today, wow, I'm still struggling. But considering the debate and how tough it was on the performance of Biden, I would just have to vote for Trump. It really hits me hard because I really don't want to.
Haley voters tell us they may not like their choices, but they'll still be voting because they say there is simply too much at stake in the presidential election to sit this one out.
It makes you not want to vote, but you have to because you may end up with the one that's worse. But it's voting for who you don't want versus who you really can stand behind and support.
It's important that everybody get out and vote because we need their voices heard.
It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, you're an American, and you have to vote to preserve our way of life and our way of government. And that requires hard choices.
The question is whether Biden can gain their votes or if these disaffected voters will swing to a third-party candidate by November.
Our thanks to Rachel Scott for that. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We're here in Milwaukee for day 3 as the Republican platform has continued to take shape. Will their plan for a stronger America unify the party and bring in more voters to support Donald Trump's hopes for a second term?
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story.
I think it's so hard to live every day feeling like I must be broken.
I had just turned 14. And it was scary. It was scary. I will not be silenced.
This church has been alive for decades, and the next thing you know,
all hell breaks loose.
What is the 2x2 church?
It is a secret sect. It flies under the radar. If you don't agree with them, your salvation is at stake.
A stunning amount of information has come out about the misdeeds of some of the ministers. These same people preaching this message were the ones hiding horrific, horrific things.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Did you sexually abuse Sherry Autry when she was 14 and you were 28?
No comment.
Do you believe your church protected you? Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline.
So the church saw itself as judge and jury.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Secrets of the 2x2 Church. Now streaming only on Hulu.
ABC News, America's #1 news source. Why do so many people start their day here?
This is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen wherever you get your podcasts. Start Here.
I'm Faith Abube at the International Airport in Montego Bay, Jamaica. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABC News Live's coverage of this, the 3rd night of the Republican National Convention. With us now from the floor, reporter Jay O'Brien. And Jay, we have just a little bit of time left before we hear from J.D. Vance himself tonight. What do you think we can expect from his speech?
Well, the thing to watch for in this J.D. Vance speech, in addition to him introducing himself to the country, telling people his life story, is does he continue this message of unity? We know our Jonathan Karl has reported, for instance, that former President Trump has said that he's rewriting the speech that he's going to give just about this time tomorrow to deliver this message of unity. Does Vance give us a preview of what that message of unity would be like, or does this speech look like every other convention speech that a vice presidential nominee would give? Is he the pit bull for Trump? Does he go on the attack and not necessarily echo this unity message? And then, speaking of unity, there's this question that hangs over really this entire convention, which is, if Trump does stick to this unity theme, how long does that last? Will it last all the way to November? I asked one prominent Republican that exact question, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, when I caught up with him a little earlier in the day. Here's what I asked him. Forward to what he has to say tonight. What do you want to hear from him on stage tonight, Governor?
Well, the message has been a message of unity, and it's been a message of bringing everyone together, but also all the things that we need to do in order to bring strength back to America: economic strength, foreign policy strength, and a secure border. And I think that's exactly what everybody is expecting to hear from him tonight. And
do you believe Trump will stick to that message of unity?
I do believe he will.
What do you?
So he believes that Trump will stick to that message of unity. Of course, the only person who can really answer that question is former President Trump. And the answers to those questions first come tomorrow night when he gives that speech, and will continue to kind of test that theme if it really is what he delivers tomorrow, pretty much all the way to November, Linsey.
And Jay, we know Vice President Harris called to congratulate J.D. Vance when he was picked. Any news on a possible debate, or even debates plural, between the two?
There was some consternation as to a debate. So there was a thought that they had agreed to one, and then the Trump campaign said that they haven't agreed to one yet. And then the Biden-Harris campaign, rather, today hit back saying that they accused Vance of not wanting to debate Vice President Harris. I can tell you, when I talk to folks here on the convention floor, the debates are frankly something that they're looking forward to, not just the one that ABC is hosting that you are moderating with David in September, but this vice presidential debate, because they really believe that this matchup of J.D. Vance versus Kamala Harris will be formidable, and they like J.D. Vance's odds here at the RNC.
All right. Jay O'Brien, Nikki Haley in her speech last night talked a lot about party unity, but she wasn't invited to speak at the convention until after the attempted assassination of former President Trump this weekend. Is there that sense of unity, would you say, on the floor?
It's interesting. Last night when I was down here and Haley was speaking, there were folks I talked to who were struck by how unified her message was. They didn't necessarily expect her to throw her full political weight behind Trump in the manner that she did. That was really the first time she had ever done something like that since that brutal primary between the two, and all the things she said about Donald Trump during that primary. So there is this emerging spirit of unity. Obviously, we'll see if it holds between the moderate Republicans and, of course, the more Trump crowd of this, the America First crowd, the MAGA crowd, etc. The other thing to keep in mind, though, we're watching this split screen play out because there is a lot of disunity amongst Democrats right now. Adam Schiff, as we've been reporting over the course of the broadcast, prominent House Democrat, became the most prominent House Democrat to come out and call for President Biden today to step aside, to not be the nominee, to say that he doesn't believe that Biden can beat Trump in November. Now all eyes are on Nancy Pelosi, who is a close ally of Adam Schiff's, to hear what she has to say. So there is disarray on that side of the aisle. Democrats still trying to figure out who they will be comfortable with taking on former President Trump. Meantime, here, the overall message of this campaign that Republicans are trying to get across is unity. Obviously, they have to tomorrow to land that, get it across the goal line.
Quite a split screen, as you described. Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you, as always. And while the Republican Party is touting its nominee, Democrats continue to raise questions and concerns about their own, as we also just found out today that he has COVID. ABC's Mary Alice Parks covers the White House for us. And Mary Alice, what do we know about how President Biden is doing?
Yeah, the White House says that he is, of course, vaccinated and boosted. Linsey, that he only has mild symptoms, but he had to abruptly cancel that campaign event and head home. Of course, that is not the look that they want right now. They want him out there campaigning. There was also that video where we saw President Biden walking very slowly up the stairs to board Air Force One. Of course, in this moment where optics are everything, especially as so many Democrats are calling into question whether the president is up to the task of campaigning right now, of serving another another 4 years, frankly. This is exactly the image that they were hoping to avoid.
And there are still growing calls for him to drop out of the race, with Congressman Adam Schiff joining in today. Is Biden's campaign concerned about this contrast as Republicans aim to unite behind Donald Trump as their candidates, and Democrats just seem so split?
Oh, Linsey, they are hugely concerned. I've talked to members of the Democratic National Committee and the staff that say they feel like their campaign is completely paralyzed right now, where there are Democrats that are calling on a fundamental change to the ticket, calling for President Biden to step out of the race. They don't feel like they can go forward until either he does or all Democrats figure out how to get back on board. You know, I keep picturing today what this scene is going to look like in Chicago. Can you imagine in Chicago with all these Democrats, the current Senate candidate for California, not a small state, no discredit to small states, but we are talking about the largest state in the union, arguably the bluest state of the union, the fact that their Senate candidate, Adam Schiff, has now formally called for President Biden to step down. It is hard for me as a political reporter to imagine a convention that goes forward when you have a candidate like that on a scene like this. How do you reconcile that with President Biden still at the top of the ticket? It is hard to imagine a path forward for Democrats.
And J.D. Vance, of course, will take the stage tonight. We've been talking about what we might expect from his speech. How do Democrats plan to push back against his record?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that today with Vice President Kamala Harris saying that he will be a rubber stamp for Trump policies. She talked specifically about questions and interviews that he's done where he said that he frankly wouldn't have certified the 2020 election. He would have basically let Congress decide. I think that is a soundbite that they are going to keep playing over and over. We also saw them hold a press conference here in Milwaukee where they talked about his hardline position on abortion. I think to try to appeal especially to those sort of Nikki Haley voters like we've been talking about a lot the last few days, they're going to keep talking about how J.D. Vance has advocated for pulling U.S. support for Ukraine and really fundamentally changing U.S. foreign policy and the relationship with the NATO alliance. So I kind of a wide range of issues, but they were hoping, of course, to keep that the focus on a night like tonight, to keep talking about some of those more controversial policy positions from Senator Vance, but instead Democrats sort of struggling to figure out their own messaging with all this infighting in their own party, Linsey.
All right, Mary Alice Parks for us. Thanks so much. We are just hours away, as we've been discussing, the much-anticipated speech from Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance tonight. And joining us now, Georgia Representative Tom Graves and Democratic strategist Marcia Espinoza. Tom, let's start with you. There's been such an emphasis on the age of the presidential candidates that the vice presidential picks have become even more important. What would you say about how Ohio Senator J.D. Vance compares to Vice President Kamala Harris?
Well, I think J.D. Vance is just, a strong, young voice for the Republican Party, but more so, it's a great story. You know, he's a successful business person, but he earned it. He worked hard for it. And, he just has an amazing family, wonderful wife. And, and to watch how he has developed through his own young career and young life is really remarkable. But then he represents an area and a voice of the working people of America. And, to have that added and combined with the strength of Donald Trump and his previous leadership and his vision for the country, I think it's just going to be a great ticket for the Republicans.
And Marcia, Senator Vance has said that he's against funding for Ukraine and its war against Russia. How do you think Americans may see the matchup between Vance and Harris, and is it a major deciding factor?
I think it definitely is very important who the VP is, because they are, like many have said, a heartbeat away from the presidency. And we don't know a whole lot about J.D. Vance. He's sort of, changed his tune from just a year ago. So, but let's just remember why former President Trump had to choose a new vice president, because his former vice president refuses to be seen with him. He's not even at the convention right now. So I think it's going to be a huge contrast. Vice President Harris has over 30 years of experience as an attorney general, a prosecutor, a senator. She's just amazing in so many respects. And most importantly, has run an unapologetic campaign for reproductive freedom for women. So all of these issues people will definitely be looking at.
And Marcia, of course, President Biden had to cancel his events, the rest of his events that were scheduled today due to his COVID diagnosis. But it does show, especially the event that he was trying to attend in the afternoon, the Latino support that he's trying to court, which will be critical in battleground states like Nevada and Arizona. What does the campaign need to do there?
Well, I think the campaign can easily pivot here because they've done it before. We're so used to post-COVID world where everything is on Zoom or other video platforms. I think the campaign will start to use some very creative ways to continue to reach the voters. They will also have the vice president out there and other surrogates, I imagine. But I don't think this is a pause in any respect.
And Tom, on the topic of abortion, Republicans don't appear to be on the same page exactly with the messaging. Former President Trump has left it up to the states. Vance has been vocal about being pro-life and at one point supported a national abortion ban. How can the party unify the messaging to voters?
Yeah, well, I don't think those two positions are in opposition to one another. I think as a conservative Republican, you do believe in states' rights, and the Supreme Court made a decision and allowing the states to, enact the laws that are appropriate for the folks of that state and who elected them. And so I think, the federal government, quite frankly, and I'm sure Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance would agree with this, would rather more things going to the states and away from the federal government. So I think having his young voice, he's more closely aligned with the younger generation of today, those that are casting these most important decisions for who's going to represent them on the federal level. I think having it there is just a great connection to this great voting bloc that Republicans represent really well and are reaching out to even more.
And Marcia, I want to give you a chance to weigh in on that with regard to abortion and the Republican message.
The Republican message is just ripping away freedoms from women for reproductive health care. It's just going backwards. We need to move forward, and that's why the Biden-Harris team is supporting all women's choice for their reproductive health.
Congressman Tom Graves and Marcia Espinoza, we thank you both so much for your time and insight tonight. And that's our coverage for this hour. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. Stay tuned right here as I join David Muir for our special report of the Republican National Convention with J.D. Vance's big primetime address just moments away. Stay with us. It's a man's world, accompanying Donald Trump as he walks out on this night 3 of the Republican National Convention. Standing ovation here in the convention site in Milwaukee as he gives that signature fist pump. He's heading up to his box where he'll be able to listen to J.D. Vance among a number of speakers who are slated to speak tonight. Even more eruption of applause. Still that bandage on his ear. Thought is that he may have it off by tomorrow night when he gives his speech. Our coverage continues in just a few moments.
All right, let the dogs out, please. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
We are so grateful.
You changed our world. It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you'll rehabilitate you.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you. Thank you.
David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland. Let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life, streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Tonight, ABC News Live coverage of the Republican National Convention, Night 3 here in Milwaukee. Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance taking center stage right here tonight. Donald Trump has just arrived, making his 3rd appearance at the convention. And of course, the breaking headline involving President Biden at this hour, testing positive for COVID. And it all comes amid growing pressure on Biden. Will he stay in the race? We have it all covered tonight. ABC News Live coverage starts right now.
This is an ABC News Live special. He's Donald Trump's handpicked choice, running mate, VP nominee. Tonight, J.D. Vance takes center stage to address the convention and America as they take on President Biden in the race for the White House. The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting David Muir.
You're looking live at a very packed convention hall right here in Milwaukee. This is night 3 of the Republican National Convention. This night belongs to J.D. Vance, the Republican nominee for vice president here in the broadcast booth for ABC News. Good evening, and thank you for joining us for an incredibly busy night 3 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee already. There are several breaking developments unfolding in the race for the White House, and we have it all covered with our team here tonight. Take a look. Former President Donald Trump has just arrived here in the hall, arriving here for the 3rd night in a row. Similar entrance to what we've seen the last couple of nights, the bandage over his right ear. The fist pump to the crowd, looking more and more confident with each entrance into this convention hall. The first night, he looked, visibly moved by the reception inside this hall, and of course that came not long after what played out in front of the country on Saturday night in Butler, Pennsylvania. You can see the former president there walking up the stairs into the box where he will sit. Senator Marco Rubio, Glenn Youngkin of Virginia there as well. A number of Republican supporters, of course, leading Republicans who are here to show their support for the former president. The president will be sitting right there. Look at him as he eggs on the crowd there. He will be sitting here tonight listening to his choice for Vice President J.D. Vance, the junior senator of Ohio. As I mentioned, the evening will belong to Trump's pick for a running mate. Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance prepares to take center stage here. He'll speak in prime time right here tonight. of course, his moment to introduce himself to the nation. He'll be introduced by his wife, Usha. The Biden campaign tonight pointing out Vance's position on abortion rights, and Vance on January 6th. Vance saying he would not have done what Mike Pence did. And of course, as I mentioned there, the news breaking late today, the White House confirming that President Biden has tested positive for COVID while campaigning in the battleground state of Nevada. The president, you can see there walking up the stairs, quite a split screen there. As you see, it appears President Biden struggling a bit as he's walking up those stairs very slowly, boarding Air Force One after the White House had just made it official that he has been diagnosed with COVID. This is the second time he's had COVID over the course of these last couple of years. Tonight, the White House saying he's experiencing mild symptoms. The president, before boarding, saying he feels good. But of course, all of this comes amid these new questions over whether he'll stay in the race. Congressman Adam Schiff, of course, a major Democratic voice in the House, now calling on President Biden to, quote, pass the torch. So, of course, there's a lot to talk about. And I know a few people who are willing to talk about it. The team, the Powerhouse political team right here with me in the booth tonight. We've got John Carl, Linsey Davis, Mary Bruce, Martha Raddatz. Of course, the teammates on the floor, Rachel Scott and Terry Moran, and we'll get to everybody here tonight. John Carl, we'll start with you. Big night for J.D. Vance. He introduces himself to the nation, and he's got Donald Trump watching right there in the front row.
Huge night. Remember, he's 39 years old. He turns 40 next month. He would be the youngest vice president since 1861. This is his chance to introduce himself to people who know him well, certainly in this hall. He is a MAGA superstar, as all in on Donald Trump as anybody, but gets a chance to introduce himself to the nation as well.
Vance, just 39 years old. Linsey Davis wrote the famous book at this point, Hillbilly Elegy. I think it's rising in the charts on Netflix, too, the movie made about his book.
And the #1 book on Amazon as well at this time. Look, you mentioned he's 39. That's exactly half the age of Donald Trump. And you have to imagine, especially with on both sides, that they have older people at the top of the ticket, that it becomes a little more of importance, just how the youthfulness and the age of those people who are the vice presidential nominees. But the interesting thing about J.D. Vance, and we've talked all week about how he's a convert, how he described himself as a never-Trumper, has said that he didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016, is that he's talked in the past about how he admired Bill Clinton, how he found Obama to be hopeful when he was in the White House. But he talked about in that book that he wrote in 2016 about how he always wanted the American dream and how he didn't believe in transformative moments. But you have to think that young kid who was always hoping for the dream but felt that it was out of reach, but ultimately became a Marine and then ultimately a senator, now vice presidential pick, is feeling that it is possible. Anything may be possible in this country.
Donald Trump is certainly hoping his voice will help on those key Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And J.D. Vance has already been asked by Fox News to ABC News over the course of these last couple of months, but particularly now that he's been named the VP pick. How do you go from being a never-Trumper and someone who said that Donald Trump was taking the white working class to a very dark place in this country, to being someone who's has embraced Donald Trump wholeheartedly and now is his running mate? It's been a fascinating storyline to watch unfold. We're minutes away from Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida. This is going to be an evening where we hear a lot about Gold Star families, in particular the families touched by what we saw unfold in Afghanistan, that very difficult and deadly departure from Afghanistan. As soon as we hear from the congressman, we're going to go to him live on the floor. The other major story we're watching tonight, and this is significant, Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, with us here in the broadcast booth tonight. President Biden was supposed to be in Nevada right now. His outreach to Latino voters last night, to black voters with his speech to the NAACP. They revealed that he has COVID.
Yeah, he was supposed to come out and walk out on the stage, and instead one of the organizers of the event came out and made the announcement that the president had just tested positive. We are told in a statement by his doctor that he has mild symptoms, a runny nose, a little cough, a bit of general malaise, as they described. I think you saw some of that in the video of the president walking up the steps there to Air Force One. He certainly seemed to be struggling a bit, perhaps a bit tired. He is now isolating. He's on his way down to his beach house at Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. We are told he's had some Paxlovid. Of course, he has been boosted, he has been vaccinated, but David, this could not have come at a more critical and controversial time in his campaign.
Mary, he said when he got out of the car there, the motorcade, that I feel good. He gave a thumbs up to the crowd assembled there, but then the walk up the stairs was quite telling. Listen, many of us here in this broadcast booth have been through COVID before. We know what those first 24 hours can be like. We wish him well and a speedy recovery, but it comes amid growing questions about whether or not President Biden will be atop the ticket come this fall.
And it's not just that the chorus of Democrats now calling for him to exit the race is growing, but it's which Democrats are speaking out. Today, we heard from the most senior Democrat calling for him to step down, Adam Schiff, who, of course, is running for Senate in California. He's a friend of Joe Biden's. He, of course, is a close ally of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and he came out and said it is time for him to pass the torch, given what is at stake, and urging him really to do it now to preserve his legacy, saying that if he really wants to defeat Donald Trump, the best way for him to do that, really, is for Joe Biden to step down. We are also, as John Carl has been reporting, seeing signs that support from top Democratic leaders like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are starting to crumble. There is a sense that the walls are closing in a bit here more. But ultimately, as we have been saying for a couple weeks now, this decision is going to come down to Joe Biden.
Mary Bruce with us here in the broadcast booth as well. Mary, thank you. Let's go down to the floor. This is Kimberly Guilfoyle, the fiancée of Don Jr. She's wrapping up. Let's listen for a moment.
Liberty and freedom and the American dream. This is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump. And may God bless America.
Her fiancé, Don Jr., will have a speaking role here tonight. So will Don Jr.'s oldest daughter, his oldest child. We await now Congressman Michael Waltz.
Ladies and gentlemen,
who will be talking about Gold Star families here tonight. He's a three-term congressman from Florida, a former Green Beret, served multiple tours in Afghanistan, was awarded 4 Bronze Stars himself. Let's listen to the congressman.
I am so honored Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Patriots. I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do. Look, folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over Afghanistan, and I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He defused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back. And here's my favorite part about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief. He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house. Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on renaming bases. He's focused on DEI, and here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations in the Middle East for the Biden's electric tanks? And here's what I can tell you straight up in combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown, or about religion, or about gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about. Now, I want to tell you a story about the man, the leader, the commander-in-chief that is Donald J. Trump. We all remember Biden's disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan, the debacle and the stain on our national conscience that was. The 13 Gold Star families have to relive it every day, the ones that lost their sons and daughters that disgraceful day. Biden won't even take their calls. He calls it an outstanding success. He won't even take a meeting with him. Well, I called President Trump. We talked about it, and he said, Michael, I would love to meet them. Get them up here. Get them up here to Bedminster. He was scheduled, folks, hear me on this. He was scheduled to spend an hour with them. You know how long he spent? He spent 6 hours with them. He met each one. He listened. He cared. One of the moms kind of leaned over to me and she said, do you think he'll sign a picture of my son? I said, oh, hell yeah, he will. Please ask, he will be happy to. And he spent hours more. And if that wasn't enough, he then has them up to dinner. And at the start of the dinner, he promised them this. When he gets back in the White House, he will release all the tapes, all the videos, all the records, all the emails, and give these families the accountability and the transparency that they deserve and that they will never get from Joe Biden. And then God bless this man. This is why I love this man so much. He had them laughing. He had these moms that have been through so much crying. He had them, I love this, we saw DJ Trump in action playing Sinatra, playing Phantom of the Opera. He had these moms dancing with their husbands. 2 of them came up to me afterwards and said, this was the best thing that had happened to them since they had lost their sons. That night with President Trump. Mr. President, Mr. President, you helped them heal. And I will forever, and they will be forever, and America will forever be grateful to you for that. Patriots, that's the Donald Trump that I've come to know. That's the Donald Trump and the commander-in-chief we all know. That's the Donald Trump the media never wants you to see. That is the Donald Trump we must have as commander-in-chief back in the White House this November. We need it, the country needs it, the world needs it, because we will once again have peace through America's strength. God bless you. I salute you. Let's go fight, 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 and let's win.
Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida, who served multiple tours in Afghanistan himself. Martha, this is going to be a big evening for the families who lost loved ones during that departure from Afghanistan, the very deadly pullout.
The deadly pullout, the chaotic pullout, the families of those 13 service members. I spoke to them last year on the 2-year anniversary of their death.
I'm Jim McCollum.
Even then, they were talking about how they were treated by Joe Biden at Dover. They were very unhappy by about that meeting. They said that they felt that the president was disrespectful, that he didn't know some of their loved ones' names. And in fact, David, last year they didn't seem to politicize it. They were speaking from their heart. And obviously these families are grieving. People want to lash out themselves, like, why did my child die, or why did my spouse die? But they said very matter-of-factly, when I asked them about the reception at Dover when the remains returned, that they just felt uncomfortable.
We know on that day, 13 American service members lost their lives.
I'm here today to give my
It was a
son
departure.
voice.
The wheels began under the Trump administration, late in the Trump administration. That's what President Biden often says. But there is some vulnerability here on the way the Pentagon, under the Biden administration, and this president handled it.
It's a truly vulnerable part of President Biden's legacy, because that just, you cannot say anything else, that it was chaotic and it was deadly. It is debatable, and people should debate whether they wanted to get out of Afghanistan. Former President Trump did start that ball rolling, saying he wanted all troops. But the difference was, we don't know how that withdrawal would have been under President Trump, but we know how it ended with President Biden. And the suicide bomber that took the lives of those service members are part of that legacy.
We're going to be hearing from the Gold Star families here tonight. We are fully aware that President Biden was supposed to be in Nevada continuing his outreach to what the Biden campaign believes are two key constituencies, black voters and Latino voters in this country. The president speaking to the NAACP yesterday. He was supposed to speak at a major event for Latino voters tonight. I want to bring in Maria Elena Salinas. And Maria, we've seen here at this Republican convention, they too would say they're reaching out. They want unity. They're trying to bring everyone into the tent. But two very different approaches between these two campaigns. And perhaps you can talk about the nuance that's involved in talking to these constituencies instead as sort of a group, one group, or as a minority group, because they make up significant numbers when it comes to voters who head to the polls in November.
Definitely. African Americans, David, and Latinos are they're two different communities. You know, for starters, Latinos are almost 20% of the population. It's the largest minority in the country. And African Americans are 13% of the population. And they're both very diverse. You know, Latinos, they come in all colors. You know, what they do have in common politically is that both have traditionally supported Democrats. And they are both very concerned about the economy, the cost of living. They feel that they have been left behind. Now, President Trump did make some gains among both groups in 2020, more so with Latinos. 32% of them voted for him. You know, there's a record number of Latinos eligible to vote this year, 36.2 million. That's 4 million more than in 2020, and the majority are very young. And they have significant votes in all of the battlegrounds, not just the traditionals that you would think. And you know, I think that explains the efforts by both parties. The efforts that they're making to win them over, you know, because they don't really need to win the majority of either the black vote or the Latino vote, but just chipping away at Biden's advantage could really tip the scale for them. You know, I don't know how much they're helping their cause, continuing to demonize immigrants and spread so much disinformation on the number of immigrants coming into the country, linking them to crime and drugs. Now, it's not true that 10 million immigrants have come into the country illegally. You know, there have been 10 million encounters at the border, including repeat offenders. There's about 2.5 million asylum seekers that have come in, and they have the legal right to request asylum. Yet we have heard speaker after speaker in this convention just demonize the Latino community, demonize immigrants.
Maria Elena Salinas contributing here to our coverage as well. Maria Elena, thank you as we await these Gold Star families here at the convention center in Milwaukee. In fact, you heard Congressman Waltz here because you've heard this theme through a number of speeches here. He said it doesn't matter when you're overseas in combat, whether you're black, white, or brown, all that matters is the red, white, and blue. And John Carl, when it comes to Afghanistan, Martha was saying it, this is likely the biggest vulnerability on the foreign policy front for President Biden.
Yeah, and in fact, you can actually see it, David, if you look at Biden's approval rating over the course of the 3.5 years of his presidency. It really started to dip into negative territory after August of 2021, after that botched withdrawal. And the images especially of the American C-130 going down the runway in Afghanistan with so many people running to try to get on board or try to catch up with it. The disaster is something that Republicans have been using over and over again to portray Joe Biden's foreign policy. I think it is important. I mean, it was a disaster. It was a bot. No matter how you look at it, it was a botched withdrawal. Donald Trump actually signed an executive order in November of 2020 asking for or demanding the withdrawal of all American troops out of Afghanistan by January, within just 2 months. Far quicker than what President Biden ultimately did. That would have been, who knows, but would have been chaotic to say the least. But look, Afghanistan was a decisive moment in the wrong direction for the Biden presidency.
John, thank you. Gold Star families now taking the stage. Alicia and Herman Lopez, parents of Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez, who was killed in Afghanistan. And we're going to hear them talk about their son. Let's listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
Shamblin, my daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives All 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Soviak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
Donald Trump mouthing the words "thank you" and "so beautiful" after the very moving words from the families, these Gold Star families who lost loved ones on August 26, 2021. 13 American military members were killed. And Martha, I just take note the fact that these are not, polished speakers. They're not trained in this, but they have formed a bond. And through the strength of this bond these families have built together, look at how they were able to stand there in front of the American people tonight, no matter where you are on the political spectrum, share their grief in a very moving way.
And that is because the pain is in their heart and will never, ever go away. They were speaking from the heart. When I spoke to many of them and gathered in a group, and they were from all over the country, and they had very different stories, but they needed that bond together, and clearly they feel they have found that in former President Trump as well. I think that day at Dover really did change all of them. I know that Nicole G's husband, Nicole G is that young Marine officer who on her Instagram posted a few days before she was holding an Afghan baby, and it said, "I love my job." That's the young woman whose life was lost. And when her husband wanted his mother to go to Dover out of respect for President Biden, he wanted her to be there. And that is why she went. And she just felt dismissed. I mean, you heard all of them. They felt dismissed. He did. He mixed up some names between the Lopez family, Hernandez family, that didn't remember a name. And that hurts. And they were looking not only for the bond of each other, for the remembrance of their loved one, but someone like former President Trump saw them in the state they were in and said, I'll take you in.
Martha, thank you. Terry Moran on the floor with just a few seconds here before this performance. Powerful from those families.
David, I'm not sure I've ever experienced anything like that at a convention. The connection between this crowd and those family members of the fallen was just absolutely extraordinary. The emotions, the call and response that the crowd started spontaneously. Never forget reciting and repeating the names as they were read out. And it wasn't just the compassion and the sorrow that linked the crowd and those speakers. It was the anger. I've been out here this afternoon talking to veterans, Vietnam-era veterans, Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, about the campaign in general. And without being prompted, they bring up Afghanistan and the sense of shame and anger that they felt for the country and in this campaign.
Terry Moran on the floor. You can hear behind Terry, the country star, young musician based in Nashville, Brian Kelly, singing American Spirit. Let's listen. It's on that stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the fraternity brothers from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who protected our American flag.
Service members and the brave defenders, the event donors and the first responders, the earners, stripers, and the giving lifers, all running on American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, this country I love, and the American spirit runs in our blood. American spirit. That American spirit. Every big city and all the small towns, hats come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop flying proud. You can't take down American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, this country I love. The American spirit runs in our blood. Come on. Oh, and every big city and all the small towns, hats come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop flying them proud. You can't take down American spirit. Oh, American spirit.
Kelly.
When a mob
Brian
tried
Kelly,
to take down the American
forging a
flag
solo
on our
career,
campus, we
wrote that
knew
song
we
American
would let that
Spirit on July 4th,
We stood guard.
2022 when he released it. It was inspired by his grandfather, John Edward Kelly, who served in the U.S. Army during World War II.
All about respect.
You're hearing from students
Not
from
just for the
UNC
cloth, but for everything that the flag stands for.
who protected the American flag
Too
during
many
protests
people
at
have
UNC,
sacrificed everything for it.
protests that we have seen
The
on
least
college
we can
campuses
do
across the
was
country.
Keep it fly. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
The images of them protecting the flag did go viral across the country. Those students asked to come to the convention hall here in Milwaukee.
I believe that we're going to have four of the greatest.
We're going to be hearing from
of our country.
a Jewish student from Harvard in just a moment here who is suing Harvard on behalf of 6 students for failure to protect Jewish students from campus anti-Semitism. Of course, in this climate, Israel's war with Hamas.
What happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win.
We're about a minute from hearing about that. A number of foreign policy issues, the ongoing situation between Israel and Hamas, the American hostages that continue to be held by Hamas. We're going to hear from a family of one of those Americans coming up in this hour, too. But first up is this student who has taken it upon himself and a small group of others to sue Harvard University. They say Jewish students on that campus were not protected from anti-Semitism. He's a master's student at Harvard. They're preparing to hear from him in just a moment here. This has been so much a part of the culture that we have covered, Linsey, in this country these last few months. People who are upset that not enough is being done to bring the hostages home, to make sure that those that are still alive can see their families again, and yet the civilian casualties, the civilians caught in the middle inside Gaza.
And of course, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who we see there standing next to Donald Trump, he went to Columbia in the midst of that campus being on lockdown. Many of the student protesters shouting expletives at him as he was calling on the National Guard to come in. Quite a contentious moment.
As we now hear from Shabbos Kestenbaum from Harvard.
My name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew. And as of 5 months ago, I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. I came to Harvard to study religion, the foundation of Western civilization. What I found was not theology, but a contempt for it. My problem with Harvard is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism. Too often, students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American, and that is anti-Semitic. After October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day. When I planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus, they were all vandalized within 24 hours. I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online. Students and professors have openly called for new Hamas-style attacks against the United States. And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered 45 American citizens on October 7th, when they took 12 Americans hostage, Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned. And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy. Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms. Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
Martha Raddatz talking about the American hostages who remain inside Gaza. We're about to hear from the Nutra family, Orna and Ronan. Their son, 22-year-old Omer Nutra, still in Gaza.
Still in Gaza, as so many other of the hostages are, including Americans. We know this has been a very, very controversial war. You and I were both there. We're seeing some sort of...
Bring them home.
Bring them home. Bring them
Some of
home,
them are
which there have
chanting in
been
the hall.
protests all over the country. And you and I both know, have been in Israel numerous times, seeing those protests and how badly they want to bring them.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14th, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzalmavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Those 3 words echoing in this convention hall in Milwaukee, bring them home. The family of Omer Nutra, Orna and Ronan, the parents. He was a member of the IDF and a tank commander, Gaza border, when he was taken by Hamas on October 7th. Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, this has been a key issue for President Biden as well. He's aware of these American hostages. There's been a lot of criticism for Benjamin Netanyahu inside Israel for singularly focusing on the military intervention inside Gaza, and many in Israel and here in the U.S. believe not enough to get those hostages out.
Yeah, and President Biden has faced a lot of criticism for not being, more forceful with Israel as well. We hear those protesters often at his rallies. But when it comes to this ceasefire, we continue to see the White House say that, they are optimistic. They've seen signs of progress. But it has been several weeks since the president went public, shockingly went public with what was on the table, with the latest offer on the negotiating table. They say they're getting closer, but David, we still seem to be quite far away from any kind of ceasefire deal that is going to ultimately bring them.
Something obviously this president would like to accomplish heading into this fall, leading up to the November election. The bigger question we're looking at with President Biden tonight, is whether or not he's going to be at the top of the ticket this fall. I should let everyone know at home watching our ABC News live coverage of the Republican convention that you're about to hear over the course of the next hour from Don Jr. And his daughter Kai, Donald Trump's granddaughter. She wasn't going to speak until what happened Saturday in this country, so she'll speak. J.D. Vance, the running mate, will speak for the first time to the nation. He'll introduce himself. He'll be introduced by his wife here tonight, so there's a lot to look forward to for you to take in at home. But before we get there, Donna Brazil, the big question, and you've seen the headlines just today, Adam Schiff, a leading voice of the House, saying that President Biden has been a consequential president in our lifetime, but it's time to pass the torch. What do you make of that? Is that likely?
I think the president has already passed the baton. If you look around the country today, we have Democratic governors in states that we've never had them before. The question right now, David, is simple. It is Joe Biden ready for another 4 years? And if Joe Biden decides that he wants to continue to stand and work on behalf of the American people during the next 4 years, that's his choice, his decision. He has the delegates. We know that the polls will shift one day from the next day. But tonight, I'm wishing the president a speedy recovery, get back on the campaign trail. And if he's ready to keep going, we need him to keep going.
What do you make, Donna? Of course, we all wish for a speedy recovery, no matter where you are, hopefully in this country, in terms of politics, that now that we know he has COVID, let's hope that he gets better and quickly. But you're on the Rules Committee for the DNC, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know that this virtual roll call that was set to begin as early as next week has now been delayed. Is that to give Democrats and the president more time to decide here?
Well, I'm on the Credentials Committee for the Convention, the Rules Committee for the DNC. I know I wear many hats, David, but let me just tell you this. We decided that we will put it off to give the members of Congress and others more time to collect their thoughts. But we have to get Joe Biden on the ballot in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. That's our goal.
All right, I've got your title straight. You've got a number of them, Donna, and we're glad you're here with us. Our coverage is going to continue 10 p.m. Eastern on the network, so stay tuned here, and we'll see you on ABC News, the network, 10 p.m. Eastern, just moments from now. J.D. Vance in front of the country. In a moment, our live coverage continues. Stay tuned.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane. I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
He knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead.
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Tonight, the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Several breaking headlines unfolding this evening. Donald Trump's pick for running mate. Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance just moments away from taking center stage right here behind me tonight. He'll make his case to the nation. And of course, the breaking news involving President Biden at this hour testing positive for COVID. The images of him boarding Air Force One tonight. ABC News live coverage of the convention and this race for president starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. He's Donald Trump's handpicked choice, running mate, VP nominee. And just moments from now, J.D. Vance takes center stage to address the convention and America as they take on President Biden in the race for the White House. The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting, David Muir.
You're looking at live pictures here of a packed convention hall, night number 3 here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Everyone waiting to hear from J.D. Vance. He's just ahead here as we laser in there on the ABC News broadcast booth. Good evening from the Republican National Convention. It's great to have you with us again tonight. This has been a night of major news already here on this day 3 of the convention. The stage tonight belongs to Donald Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. This will be his chance to introduce himself to this country. He will be making his first speech since becoming the Republican vice presidential nominee just a short time from now. He's just 39 years old. He was elected to the Senate 2 years ago. He represents Ohio, of course. He's the author of his best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. He's a former Marine, served in Iraq. Vance was also once a fierce critic of Donald Trump, calling himself a never Trump guy, saying, "I can't stomach Trump. I think he's leading the white working class to a very dark place," he once said. But Vance saying over time Trump changed his mind, saying he proved himself as president. The one-time vocal critic, now his running mate, he'll speak to the nation tonight. J.D. Vance will be introduced here tonight by his wife, Usha. They appeared here together a short time after Trump announced his pick on Monday. The couple meeting while at Yale Law School. And as we await his speech, we're also following breaking news involving President Biden tonight. The White House has confirmed that the president has tested positive for COVID while in the battleground of Nevada. Tonight, the images right here of the president moving very slowly up those stairs to Air Force One. The president just before boarding giving a wave saying he feels good. But all of this comes amid new questions tonight about whether President Biden will stay in this race. Another key voice, Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff, a strong ally of the president's, now publicly calling on him to withdraw from the race, saying he's been one of the most consequential presidents in our nation's history. But Schiff goes on to say, "I have serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November." Here in Milwaukee, we're looking live at the floor just a few moments away. Donald Trump's oldest son, John Jr., will be coming out with his daughter, Kai. She'll be speaking tonight. That's in addition to the schedule. They added her to the schedule, the granddaughter, after what happened on Saturday night in Butler, Pennsylvania. The images moments ago, this is Donald Trump, of course, live here in the hall. This was Donald Trump arriving not long ago here in the hall for night number 3. This has become somewhat of a familiar entrance. The patch on his right ear become a true symbol of what he survived in front of the nation, really in the world. The fist bump there as he entered the convention hall. We were all talking here in the broadcast booth, John Carl, about how each night of this convention, a little more confidence returning to Donald Trump's face. You could see he was visibly moved that first night, walking in the first time we would see him. By night 3, though, he's you can tell he's feeling like he's owning this convention. He's here as an audience member taking in these speakers each and every night.
I mean, the first night walking in, just 48 hours or so after an assassin's bullet came so close to killing him, you could see him almost on the verge, it seems, of choking up. Very emotional. I think he has seemed emotional each night coming into the hall, but as you said, he's into the moment. He loves that WWE feel of the fighter walking into the arena through the hallway. But it's extraordinary. You don't usually see this in a national convention. The nominee sitting there throughout essentially all of the primetime speeches for all 4 nights.
And you know, John, the world, the country, waiting to hear more from J.D. Vance, the running mate who was selected just a couple of days ago. J.D. Vance made his first appearance in the hall with his wife moments after it was announced. But the man who will speak before J.D. Vance is perhaps the man who convinced Donald Trump the most, Don Jr. He was the one trying to encourage his dad, Linsey, to make this pick.
And James David Vance, now that we know, is the pick. 39 years old, half the age of Donald Trump. Donald Trump, not only somebody that he said he would never support, he said that in 2016 he didn't even vote for him. He chose to vote for an independent instead. In the past, he's talked about how he admired Bill Clinton, how he said that Barack Obama gave him hope. In his book, his memoir that he wrote, Hillbilly Elegy, in 2016, he had said, "For my entire life, I'd harbored resentment at the world. He was this little boy who felt that the American dream was not for someone like him. And now you have that little boy turned U.S. Marine, turned Yale Law School grad, senator, and now VP pick. You got to feel for any young child in America that anything is possible.
As we look down to the hall, we can look live. People are on their feet right now. They're honoring the World War II veteran, 99 years old, Sergeant William Peckrell of Milwaukee, who is speaking before this audience. Let's listen.
Vice President have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea. But I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me, or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world. And those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
Sergeant William Peckrell, native of Milwaukee, entered World War II, the U.S. Army at the age of 17. Went and fought on behalf of the U.S. Martha Raddatz, you know ABC News. We at World News Tonight followed the World War II heroes of Normandy. We returned with them just a few weeks back. President Biden made that trip. And you do hear from these World War II heroes. They feel very strongly, and they had divided opinions. Some of them told me, we need to re-elect President Biden. Others said, we've got to put Donald Trump back in office. 99, 101 years old, and still very active, strong opinions.
Very active, and the only ones you're going to hear from tonight are those who are supporting Donald Trump. But it is indeed true. The military, first of all, likes to stay apolitical, or should stay apolitical when they're in active duty. But we've seen a lot of military, tonight, a lot of military heroes saying they support Donald Trump. And I'm sure at the Democratic Convention, you'll see some veterans saying they want to support Joe Biden.
We are just moments away, Martha. Thank you. Moments away from Donald Trump Jr. and his daughter Kai. And as I mentioned off the top here tonight, Donald Trump Jr. has played an outsized role in his father's campaign. This attempt at returning to the White House, very vocal in his father's ear as to who should be his running mate. It came down to a short list of Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, Governor Burgum, as you know, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, the junior senator, and on Monday, Donald Trump making it public. We also had learned along the way this week, it was just 20 minutes before Donald Trump went public, that his choice with J.D. Vance. And of course, the Biden campaign out tonight with their own talking points that they want out there. They're talking about J.D. Vance's stance on abortion rights, what J.D. Vance has said about Mike Pence on January 6th, saying he would not have done what Mike Pence did, which of course was to certify the election. So they have their reaction already ready to go tonight, but the country is going to hear from J.D. Vance himself, but not before hearing from Don Jr., who helped his father make that decision on a running mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Let's listen to Don Trump Jr. and his daughter
Vice
Kai.
President of the Trump Organization, Donald J. Trump Jr.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. And he calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
Kai Trump, 17 years old, already built a name for herself as an accomplished golfer, hugging her father, Don Jr. there, and her grandfather loved what he heard there. Set to graduate in 2026. She might be the best golfer in the family, at least at some point. She issued the challenge to her grandfather there tonight. Don Jr. said he passed the mic off one of the first times in his life. He's back at it now.
A lot of proud moments this week from my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight, but his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero, Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media. When you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend J.D. Vance, a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit. People who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
There you have it, Donald Trump Jr. supporting his father, no question there, his fist in the air, the familiar fighting words of, well, fight, 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 the three words that Donald Trump uttered on that rally stage in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday night. And Rachel Scott on the convention floor. I believe, Rachel, this might have been the first time that we saw that iconic image used on those big screens behind a speaker.
David, it was the first time that we saw that image flash up in here in this massive arena and the crowd just drawn to it. It is a sign that the former president is going to use that image to continue to try and fuel his campaign going forward. It's an image that's seared into the minds of many Americans and is an image showing the former president defiant with his fist up. He's bloodied, but he's defiant and unbound. And it's not just that image, David. We keep hearing those words, fight, fight, fight. Those are the words that the former president said as he was being rushed off that stage by Secret Service, David.
Rachel Scott, who was there at that rally Saturday night, immediately went on the air for us here at ABC in the moments that followed, the country witnessing really the horror that Saturday night. And Rachel, we thank you. And again, that image used tonight will be used likely straight through November for this campaign. The countdown is on to J.D. Vance, the running mate from Ohio, the junior senator from Ohio, just 39 years old. He'll be introduced by his wife. They have 3 little kids together, and we'll hear how he introduces himself to the country here right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention, Night 3, continues in a moment. Stay tuned.
ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention will return in a moment.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane. I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
Knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go. The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh. We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
Yeah.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying.
You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back, everyone. Live pictures of the convention hall here in Milwaukee, I should say. Almost took you to another battleground state of Florida, but we're going to stay right here in Wisconsin. Just as important tonight, here we are in the broadcast booth. I can see Mary Bruce, Linsey Davis, Martha Raddatz, John Carl right here. The countdown is on to J.D. Vance. Night number 3 of the convention is always a fascinating night because we get to hear from the running mate. The choice for vice presidential running mate, and of course, it's J.D. Vance from Ohio. Let's get right down to the floor. They've got a little bio playing to prepare the audience here. It's going to be J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, who introduces him. But Terry Moran, this is an extraordinary sort of full circle from sort of a guy who was a very vocal critic of Donald Trump, now chosen by Trump to be his running mate.
It sure is, David, no question about it. And it fits with really what's become the theme of this convention. Conversion, in a way. People who used to be against Donald Trump now for Donald Trump. And J.D. Vance's selection as vice president, has been met with everybody I've talked to with real enthusiasm. It's his youth, but it's also that journey and that sense that J.D. Vance brings a kind of almost intellectual change to Trumpism. He's fashioning it for a new generation. But I got to tell you, it's been such an emotional convention here. They are ready for J.D. Vance.
They are ready for J.D. Vance. We know the first speaker this hour in prime time was Don Jr., who helped convince his father. This shortlist was down to Marco Rubio, Governor Burgum, of course. The pick was J.D. Vance, though, of Ohio. Now taking the stage, his wife, Usha. Married since 2014. They met while attending Yale Law School. She was a clerk for Chief Justice John Roberts. They have 3 young children. The biggest night of her political life. It's a new one. Let's hear her introduce her husband.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, J.D. Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. J.D. has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator, it occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire J.D. and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met J.D. in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with J.D.? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community, with 2 loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Lucia Vance introducing her husband here before the convention hall, and Linsey Davis, she quit her job at the law firm. She's in it full speed here through November.
And what's interesting, when he was asked about potentially meeting Kamala Harris on the debate stage, he said, look, I've held up pretty well with my own debates with the litigator I live with.
She's helped to prepare him for this moment, I'm sure. J.D. Vance, his moment before the country, now officially on the Trump-Vance ticket. He's been quite a supporter of Donald Trump in recent years, embracing this moment. Donald Trump here in the convention hall, as you can see. He's going to watch and see how his running mate performs for the country.
There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Thank you, please. Wow, wow.
Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely and amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope. A celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio. A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan, I had to get that in there. Come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give... I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up. And that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our 3 beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America. You guys. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me, it's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction, but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's gonna do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10... Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
Well, there you have it. One of the great traditions of these political conventions, when the running mate introduces themselves to the country. Already a favorite here in the crowd in the convention hall, well received on the floor here in Milwaukee. There you see it, his wife, Usha, who introduced him tonight, giving up her job temporarily with her law firm, once clerk for the Chief Justice John Roberts. There's his mother, Beverly Akins. He said she's nearly 10 years sober. They celebrated that tonight and said, Mr. Trump, if we win this November, can we celebrate her 10 years in the White House? And she looked over. Did you see Beverly look over at the former president? He nodded, yes, we'll have that party. I took note that he mentioned the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin a couple times in that speech here tonight. He talked about his cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. He said he will return there one day, hopefully with his wife, his children. He spoke of the hardworking people of Appalachia, where he came from. This is a familiar tone from him, given that book, The Hillbilly Elegy, that he wrote, so popular. It was turned into a movie. Amy Adams played his mother. Glenn Close played his grandmother, Mamaw. Talked about her there tonight as well. He talked about the American worker. He'd been asked what Donald Trump deserves, what he needs in a running mate, and he said someone who wouldn't stab the former president in the back. And John Carl, it looks like that's what Donald Trump has tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to say, as he's introducing himself to the nation, that J.D. Vance said that he would not have done what Donald Trump's last vice president did, which was stand up and abide by his constitutional duty to certify the electoral count on January 6th. Pence stood up to Donald Trump and had people coming and chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And that was what he was referring to by somebody who stabbed him in the back. So J.D. Vance entirely loyal to Donald Trump, so much so that he said that if it had been him instead of Mike Pence, he would have thrown those electoral votes back to the states and effectively single-handedly overturned the 2020 election.
And in fact, the Biden campaign has jumped on that. Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, They point out he would have done what Mike Pence was not willing to do.
It's one of the reasons that they argue that he is a danger to democracy along with Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we have heard the president say that J.D. Vance would be a clone of Trump. Kamala Harris warning he would be a rubber stamp. She said today that he would put the interests of Trump above the party. And they point not only to the fact that he had said he would not have certified the election results, but also his positions on abortion. The Biden campaign is going to hammer on that point. J.D. Vance, of course, does not support exceptions to abortion laws in cases of rape and incest.
Linsey Davis, we knew he would talk about his family. He does so in his book. I know you've read the book and read it again. When he talks about his mother, battles with addiction, and the grandmother, who was so pivotal in his upbringing.
Of course, Mama, who was so influential. And while he, of course, talked about fight, 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 those words that have been echoed throughout this room, throughout the week, words that Donald Trump said on January 6th and again echoed this past Saturday. He talks about this moment, this advice that he said in the book, that he would never forget that Mama gave. Sometimes, honey, you have to fight. Even when you're not defending yourself, sometimes it's just the right thing to do. That's what he's pledging to do as the vice president.
He talked about his mama having 19 loaded guns
19
all
loaded
over
guns.
the house, to huge applause inside this convention hall. Strong beliefs across this country on all ends of the spectrum here. I'm not sure everybody at home received that line perhaps the same way.
Exactly. He talked about how she was a fervent Christian, but also a big fan of the F word.
Could make a sailor blush. I've actually heard that in my family back through the years, too. But yes, he leaned in on family and leaned in on his views and was received very well here in the hall. The question is, what did America make of this new running mate tonight, Martha?
Well, I was struck by the fact that I thought Joe Biden gave parts of that speech. There's a Joe Biden story from his background in Pennsylvania and the working class. And J.D. Vance comes along and that's my story, and I have an even more remarkable story in so many ways, rising from poverty. The 19 guns also struck me, David, just after that assassination attempt, talking about guns and applause here in the audience.
Yeah, it was a striking moment for sure. We talked about President Biden. You said if you sort of closed your eyes, parts of that speech from J.D. Vance, at least about the American worker, particularly in those Rust Belt states, those key battlegrounds. Exactly. Sounds like some of the messaging we've heard from Joe Biden through the years. We did report at the top of this hour that President Biden has been diagnosed with COVID. There are new headlines involving the president tonight in this pressure that really has not gone away from Democratic leaders and key lawmakers, Democrats on Capitol Hill. Mary Bruce, we have new images just in of President Biden. He left Nevada, was supposed to be campaigning tonight, diagnosed with COVID, flew back to Dover. He's going to be spending time at Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, their home there in Delaware, to recover on Paxlovid. How's he doing? And what did we make of these images coming out of Air Force One tonight?
Yeah, it certainly does seem from watching this video that the president appears to be feeling the effects of this COVID diagnosis. He's moving a little bit slower, getting his way down the stairs there. And then when he makes it to the car, it does appear he needs a little bit of help, extra help from the Secret Service just to get in the vehicle. The president's doctor does say he's experiencing mild symptoms, a cough, a runny nose, some general malaise, some of those symptoms I think a lot of Americans can relate to, having gone through some of this. He has, of course, been vaccinated and boosted, and we're told that he has received his first dose of Paxlovid. And when he got down there at the base of the stairs there, he was asked questions by reporters. He told them, "I am doing well." He gave them a thumbs up. He is now going to be isolating at his beach house. And we did note he wasn't wearing a mask there when he came down the stairs. But it does appear once he gets in the car that he puts that mask on, David.
Puts the mask on. It appears that he might be getting a little help just getting into the car there. Hard to make out through the rain what exactly is going on there. But it does look like certainly that the president's feeling the effects of early in the stages of COVID, and many of us have been there. So we do wish him a speedy recovery. John Carl, you're reporting earlier on World News Tonight, getting some pickup tonight across several news outlets. You reported on this meeting that Chuck Schumer had with President Biden. This was Saturday, and it was not long before the really awful events of Butler, Pennsylvania. So it didn't get a lot of attention. Chuck Schumer put out a statement saying, "I've met with President Biden. It was a good meeting." And the fact that he didn't say more than that spoke volumes.
Yeah, and my understanding of this meeting is that Chuck Schumer was very direct and very blunt in making the case to Joe Biden that it was in his interest and in the party's interest to get out of the race. This is a view that I am told has also been expressed directly to Joe Biden by Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, and perhaps most significantly, also by Nancy Pelosi, of course, the former Speaker of the House and somebody who Biden respects enormously.
It's hard to overstate. He's got the mask on there. You can see it right through the motorcade there. Hard to overstate the incredible pressure this president faces in this moment. The diagnosis on the campaign trail, this high-stakes moment for the president, and this decision that Nancy Pelosi famously said, we await his decision, we'll support him with whatever decision he makes. But he can sense the pressure here, no question.
And the pressure is growing. It feels like almost by the hour. The White House, though, interestingly, when asked about all of these private conversations that have been happening between the president and these Democratic leaders, has offered almost verbatim the exact response, saying President Biden is the nominee of the party. He plans to win and looks forward to working with congressional Democrats to pass his agenda. That is not a denial of what was said in those meetings.
All right. Martha Raddatz, Mary Bruce, John Carl, Linsey Davis. Rachel Scott's down on the floor
Been a long
tonight.
day.
Yes, so we were going to go down to her, but they are finishing up the night. So Rachel Scott and Terry Moran, if you can hear us, we thank you as well. And of course, we thank you at home. You've been with us all week. Tomorrow, night 4 of the Republican National Convention. Former President Donald Trump speaks tomorrow night. We'll be here 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll carry it live. Thank you for staying up late with us. For many of you, it's your local news in the East. I'm David Muir from all of us here at ABC News. Good night from Milwaukee.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Tag on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane. I was not going to stop until I found out who did this.
He knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Tonight, night 3 of the Republican National Convention.
When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag in his back, the world saw the spirit that could never be broken. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again.
The Republican Party gathers in Milwaukee after nominating Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to face off against an increasingly fragile Democratic ticket in November. Tonight's focus, energy and border security. Speakers taking to the stage to make their case to the American people that Republicans are the only option this fall to accomplish their stated goal of making America strong again.
They convicted me, they jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me. And they will never break Donald Trump.
That is newly nominated VP pick J.D. Vance makes his pitch to millions of viewers nationwide.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
We'll have all that and more on this night 3 of the Republican National Convention. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for sticking with us here at ABC News Live for another hour of continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention. The president's son just a short while ago with a dramatic speech extolling his father for having the heart of a lion.
My father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? 'This is the 1st time in my life that I have ever been able to say that I am proud of my son. 'Cause he is 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 my son. 'Cause he is
But the speech everyone was waiting for tonight was that of Vice Presidential pick Senator J.D. Vance officially accepting his party's nomination as Vice President.
So tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
There was also drama today, not just inside the room, but outside. 4 Republican senators chasing down Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle.
This was an assassination attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump answers.
That is, we got a new look at President Joe Biden arriving back in Delaware after that COVID diagnosis in Nevada, making his way slowly to his motorcade. The White House saying he's doing fine, having only mild symptoms, as we get new reporting on top Democrats asking Biden to withdraw from the race. We'll get to all that in just a matter of moments. But first, Jay O'Brien has been keeping the closest of eyes on the night's most important moments and has this recap.
Thank you. On this third night of the Republican National Convention, Trump's new VP pick, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Usha, introducing themselves to the nation.
The J.D. I knew then is the same J.D. you see today, except for that beard.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
The 39-year-old senator called the future of the Republican Party.
We will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again.
And Trump's family in the spotlight, trying to humanize the former president in the wake of that assassination attempt Saturday.
When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken.
A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you.
Trump once again watching it all.
This is a man's world.
Marking his third appearance at this convention. Wednesday's message, Make America Strong Again.
President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap.
I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants to sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border.
Top of mind, the southern border and conflicts overseas. The family of an American hostage held in Gaza, taking to the podium.
This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza.
And amid that war in Ukraine, the future of military aid for that country dividing the GOP.
Well, I'm one of those that hasn't voted for any funding. You're going to have to show the American public and the conservative folks that there's an end game in this other than just making the military-industrial complex.
What if Donald Trump were to approve more funding for Ukraine?
I don't think he would.
Then an emotional outpouring of support from Gold Star families who lost their loved ones during that chaotic, controversial withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids.
Look at our pain and our heartbreak, and look at our rage. Donald Trump has not forgotten.
And a standing ovation for former Trump advisor Peter Navarro. Fresh out of federal prison in Miami, released just today. Convicted of contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena from the January 6th committee.
Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump, be careful, they will come for you.
The crowd raucous in response to Navarro coming right from prison here to the convention site. Our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that. And here we are with this powerhouse roundtable of ours. Once again, Martha Raddatz, Mary Bruce, Jonathan Karl. Before we get to tonight, I want to play the latest video we have of President Biden here. We see him coming off of Air Force One, struggling, it appears, moving very slowly at least to get into the car. Many who have had COVID can attest to the fact that it can do quite a number on the body at any age, in particular when you're a little older. Mary Bruce, I want to start with you as far as the comments from the White House with regard to these images and the condition of Joe Biden tonight.
Well, tonight I am told his symptoms have not changed. The president's doctor has described it as mild. We're told he has a runny nose, a cough, some general malaise. These images sort of reflect that. He's moving a little slower. We saw him here, needing a little bit of extra help to get into his vehicle there. He has, of course, been vaccinated. He's boosted. We've been told he's taken a dose of Paxlovid that they're hoping will help. And when he got into the car there, reporters shouted some questions. He said, "I am doing well," gave a thumbs up. But, Linsey, it certainly comes at a critical time during his campaign as he continues to face these growing questions and calls for him to exit the race.
And speaking of those calls, Jonathan Karl, you have new reporting now from Senator Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, as we have first reported here at ABC, Senator Schumer very directly and very bluntly told Joe Biden over the weekend that it would be best if he got out of the race, best for the party, and that he thought that Biden would lose and potentially have major bad repercussions for congressional candidates, Democratic congressional candidates. A view, by the way, that's also been expressed by Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi. So you have all the Democratic leaders urging him to get out.
What a split screen. We're talking quite a lot about Joe Biden here in the midst of the Republican National Convention. I want to bring it back here to Milwaukee. Martha, with you. J.D. Vance introducing himself to America. Did he make the case tonight?
I think he certainly did make the case for himself and made the case or his views of Donald Trump, indeed. I mean, J.D. Vance's background story is so compelling. He had his mother here, who said is just about to have her 10 years of being sober. He was raised in poverty in Appalachia. He wrote that incredible book, which is, you've said this evening, is now #1 on Amazon. And it was a New York Times bestseller before that as well. And of course, the Netflix series. But it's an incredibly compelling story. And he ended up in the Marine Corps. He ended up in Iraq, ended up at Yale Law School, married with these 3 kids. I think one of the things the Republicans wanted to do tonight was humanize Donald Trump, not just J.D. Vance, but Donald Trump, and show his strength. So you had his family members talking, you had J.D. Vance talking, you had these grieving military families talking, and of course that iconic photo with the fist in the air.
And those grieving military families, certainly powerful, if not persuasive. Martha, Mary, John, we thank you all so much. The Brain Trust back together again. And want to now bring in Rachel Scott, who's there out on the convention floor for us once again. Your response, as far as you were there with the crowd, did they feel electrified in response to J.D. Vance tonight?
Yeah, well, you heard this crowd chanting J.D. Vance, even chanting for J.D. Vance's mom at one point, even his grandmother at another point. I thought it was really notable, Linsey, how many times he really mentioned these battleground states. And notable because that's exactly what former President Donald Trump wants him to do. I mean, he made it crystal clear when he announced that J.D. Vance was going to be his running mate that he really wants him to zero in on these Midwestern battleground states that could ultimately decide the election. And, of course, that includes J.D. Vance's home state of Ohio. So today, yes, certainly an introduction for a lot of people. Remember, J.D. Vance has only been serving in the Senate for 18 months. And so in a lot of ways, this was the Americans' chance to kind of hear from him directly, but also this pitch to look forward, talk about the future. And we're talking about President Biden and his age. J.D. Vance drawing that sharp contrast, saying that Biden has been in political office and power longer than he's been alive, Linsey.
All right, Rachel Scott, our thanks to you as always. Want to bring back in our D.C. Bureau Chief, Rick Klein, one more time tonight. And Ricky, you have reporting tonight that Biden's polling team has been making the case that he's well positioned to overcome a big deficit, even if he's still down after Labor Day. What kind of deficit are we talking about?
Yeah, Linsey, they see the trends in the polls, and they're not particularly great. We haven't seen the bottom fall out. This was the latest poll, the only poll we've seen come out since the shooting on Saturday night, since that attempted assassination, and had Donald Trump up just 2 points. That's essentially a tie. But a new poll out tonight from the Associated Press tells a different story. Should Joe Biden step aside? This is before his COVID diagnosis, before those images emerged today. 70% of adults overall, and check that out, 65% of Democrats, 2 in 3 Democrats, even now, just weeks before his own convention, think that Joe Biden should step aside, even as Biden is defiant. So his team trying to push back on their own allies to say, even if he's down in the polls, it actually doesn't mean that much because they have the field game. I'll tell you, that is a hard argument to make at this moment in time.
Rick Klein, our thanks to you as always. Gold Star families certainly played a prominent role tonight, specifically those related to military members who died during the withdrawal in Afghanistan. They were given a standing ovation by the crowd here in the arena, a number of tears as well. I want to bring in the father of another fallen veteran, Mr. Khizr Khan, who in 2016 made headlines after speaking at the DNC. Mr. Khan, your son, Captain Humayun Khan, was killed while fighting in Iraq. Here you are, 8 years later, still fighting for Donald Trump to not get elected again, calling him, quote, incapable. Why is that?
Well, thank you. First, I pay tribute to all Gold Star families and their loved ones and our veterans and their families for their service and their sacrifice. Well, here is the reason. This is all Donald Trump's political expediency. Who can forget when Donald Trump was in White House? He stood in Section 60 of Arlington National Cemetery with General Kelly, retired General Kelly, who is Gold Star father himself, and said about asking General Kelly, what is in it, in this service, in this sacrifice for these people, for their families? He said, these are Donald Trump's words, these are losers to me. I have no respect for them. And today he stands with them. This is nothing but political expediency on his part. And I am saddened to see that a good Republican Party, there are patriots in Republican Party like any other place, any other party. In 234 years of American history, there had not been a president or a former president who has been indicted for felonies. And here we have, again, 34 felonies, convicted of 34 felonies, $554 million civil fine against Donald Trump. Republican Party is right in front of our eyes, before our eyes, is creating a regrettable legacy for generations to come, because there had not been such a unsuitable candidate either in Democratic Party or Republican Party except Donald Trump. So I am saddened at the status of our democracy and at the political discourse. And again, I regret and I condemn the violence that was committed last weekend in Pennsylvania. That is not the way to resolve our political discourse. But Trump never condemns violence. Who has forgotten how he addressed our free media, enemy of the people, fake media, and the journalists that will go to his rallies and his meetings, and they will be heckled and they will be threatened with violence. So this is all political expediency.
Mr. Khizr Khan, we thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. Our best to you and your wife as well.
Thank you.
Joining us now in studio is Trump campaign senior advisor Danielle Alvarez. America met J.D. Vance tonight. What did you think of his performance?
Oh, what an incredible night. Obviously an incredible pick for President Donald Trump as his running mate. Really brings a lot to the table, obviously, with his background that so many Americans can relate to. You know, his poor upbringing, his mother who had substance abuse issues, and his ability to achieve the American dream. I think that's all that any of us can hope for. And he really was able to deliver that impactful speech. What an incredible moment when he turned to his mother and welcomed her to the Republican National Convention. And of course, he's going to be a great addition to the ticket. And we are headed towards victory in November.
As you know, within 1 hour of the attempted assassination on Donald Trump on Saturday, J.D. Vance tweeted pointing blame at President Biden for that. There are those who suggest that he wasn't the unity candidate. How do you respond to those critics?
Well, I would definitely say that the energy here is one of unity. We saw that when President Trump first came into the arena on Monday to rousing applause. We have seen it every night since. And I not only think that the Republican Party is united, but the entire nation is united in this moment. And President Trump has definitely met the moment. We're really excited for him to take the stage tomorrow and address the nation for the first time since that horrible assassination attempt.
You talk about former President Trump addressing those congregants here tomorrow. How is he coming with his speech? We know that he had said that he ripped up his first speech, what he described as a humdinger of a speech.
Well, you know, he's still tweaking his speech. The wonderful thing about President Trump is how involved he is, how much he pours into his work. It was evidenced last week when we passed President Trump's historic platform, which he wrote most of himself, along with a couple other policy individuals. And the same goes for this speech tomorrow. We're very excited. You know, I've seen excerpts of the speech, and I really think it will bring the country together. It will talk about the issues that matter to Americans most. And it's definitely something for the world to tune into.
Ever since Saturday, both sides have basically been saying it's time to turn the temperature down and unify the country. Do you think that you'll expect to see that in the next days and weeks after the convention's over?
Well, I definitely think that one side is very unified and receiving a lot of support from the American people, not just the Republican Party, but independents, minority voters, Hispanics, young voters, black voters. And the Democrat side is in complete disarray at this point. There have been many calls for Joe Biden to step down, and we're not sure who will be at the top of that ticket.
Danielle Alvarez from the Trump campaign, we thank you so much for joining us, staying up late with us. We appreciate it. And now the big speeches are over. J.D. Vance officially has accepted the nomination for vice president. Joining us now is Georgia Representative Tom Graves and Democratic strategist Christina Sinsun Ramirez. Thank you both for coming on as well. A lot of the speeches tonight have focused on illegal immigration and security at the southern border. Christina, just to fact check Governor Abbott, Donald Trump did not eliminate illegal immigration, and the lowest apprehensions happened in April of 2020 during the height of pandemic lockdowns. Are Republicans fudging the facts, and how do Democrats combat that messaging?
Well, I mean, there are more than anything, I walked away with how fast and loose the Republican Party and its leaders are playing with the facts, whether it's on immigration or the economy. When Senator Vance talked about that it was the best economy for Americans when Trump was president. When Trump was president, 60% of Americans didn't have more than $1,000 in savings. 50% of people over the age of 55 had $0 in savings for retirement. And 1 in 5 student debt holders were in default on their student loans. We've seen those numbers drastically fall in the last few years. So when we also talk about climate change and whether climate change is real, the fact that J.D. Vance's home state of Ohio has received over $10 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act and seen thousands of jobs created. At the end of the day, facts matter because that is how we determine what the problems are and what the solutions are. And so I think it's a real challenge, the stark different realities. If you tune into this RNC convention and what we'll see next in the next few weeks, I'm looking forward to all the fact-checking that's coming tomorrow by great news agencies that are going to double-check these numbers that they threw out today.
Congressman Graves, your reaction to that?
Well, you know, it's funny hearing about stats, facts, polls. It reminds me a little bit of Republicans years ago. We used to use a lot of charts, but we didn't really connect with the people. And what I'm seeing now is that the Republican Party is truly connecting with the hearts and minds of the American people, meeting them where they are with the issues that are important to them. And they're tired of hearing about another government report, another government investigation, or, another committee hearing. They just want to see results. And what you're seeing in this convention this week is nothing but a positive look forward plan or path, ideas, a vision, and it being positive and unifying. But what Senator Vance brought up tonight was really fascinating. He was talking about the breadth of the Republican Party and the breadth of the ideas and how that is good and that's healthy. It's spirited and it's challenging, but it's good and it's healthy. And I think that that's a very appealing message and what's needed right now.
And Congressman Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, spoke a lot tonight about the economy and immigration and appeared to embrace those Nikki Haley supporters. Curious to get your thoughts as far as this effort to embrace and unify the party. Is it working?
Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, it's certainly. I've spoken to a lot of members of the Republican Party, but also the delegates on the floor. And there is this energy and excitement because there is this newness in the party, a lot of new ideas, a lot of new faces, fresh faces. And you look at, President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance, and you see that both weren't politicians. They were businessmen. And so that's bringing new energy, new ideas. But you're definitely seeing the party come together in a way I haven't seen in a long time.
Cristina Simpson Ramirez, just in the last remaining few seconds that we have here, while the Republican Party is suggesting that they are unified, they are united, it seems like there's a lot of division right now on the Democratic ticket.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of questions about who the top of the ticket will be. And I think ultimately we're not seeing the numbers move that much because there is a large portion of the electorate that are never going to vote and support Trump. And there are others that are hardcore supporters of Trump. We are in an incredibly divided moment in our country. And so I think we'll see who the candidate is. But the last thing I want to say is that we have to have fair elections that people believe in and trust. I think the other thing that I was really struck that Senator Vance said is that we are far from the times of John McCain and being a maverick and being willing to stand up to your party to do what's right for the American people. He is so loyal that he would do what Pence would not, which is falsely certify an election for Donald Trump. And the last thing I'll say is some might call that loyal. I'd call that a lapdog.
Cristina Simpson Ramirez, Congressman Tom Graves, we thank you both so much for your time and insight. And that is a wrap on this night 3 of the Republican National Convention. We'll have complete coverage of the 4th and final day of the 2024 RNC from here in Milwaukee, streaming all day tomorrow right here on ABC News Live. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. The news never stops. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right.